I forgot I said 9:30 on the scheduling. Whoa. Oh well. We're here now. God damn it. There's no going back. Does that even work though? You guys hear me? Do you guys hear me? Okay. I guess we just have a cheeky early start. Fuck it. Fuck. Okay. Okay. Whew. Don't be on now. I was just about to solo the closest bar. What? Haven't had time to watch the latest video yet. I don't know. It's doing better than the last one, but the algorithm is still being a little bit unkind to me, or not my algorithm. I guess it's the subscribers. I don't know. It would be kind of annoying if all the tanky Twitter defamation was actually effective. Like that would be annoying. Well, we'll see. Just gotta keep chugging, you know? They'll hate watch. They don't know. I think, did you already hold your speech? Destiny's been in an Israel discussion with Katie for the last 4 hours. Yeah, I jumped in for a little bit of it. I baited them. Yeah, no, I'll just chill, okay? I don't need to do anything too serious for the first bit. Just let people pile in. And then we'll get properly started. What do I even want to watch, though, in the meantime? Oh god, did Destiny fight with lava again yesterday? Did he crash a lav panel? Oh no. I don't want to know. Okay. I guess we can just start with some news. Oh, actually, I want to see Ukrainians respond to Hassan Abi. That's what I want to see. Let's go. Let's fire the fuck in. Dylan Burns, smarmy cuck bastard extraordinaire. Let's go.
Hi, my name's
Hi.
Dylan Burns, and I just got back from Eastern Ukraine. I was out there filming with artillery crews supporting the Zaporozhye counteroffensive, as well as a separate artillery crew defending the Donetsk region from Russian advances. I got a lot of incredible footage, including them working, them receiving counter-battery fire, talking to them about their personal lives, why they do what they do, living in a dugout 24/7, as well as a whole host of other topics. I'm really excited to share that footage with you guys, but that's not today. Today, we need to talk about a different topic, and that's inclusion. Specifically, including Ukrainians in conversations about their own country. Anytime I turn on cable news, anytime I turn on the radio, anytime I open up a newspaper, I see conversations happening everywhere about Ukraine. But Ukrainians are not often included in those conversations. And that's not just true of cable news, that's also true of alternative media sources as well. I'm talking Twitch and YouTube. And on Twitch, there's one king in political conversation, and that's Hassan Abi. And he's talked quite a lot about the war in Ukraine. But I have not seen many conversations with him talking to Ukrainians on his platform. So I thought, due to the fact that many of his conversations had not included Ukrainian perspectives, maybe it could benefit from a Ukrainian perspective. So we gathered 4 people of varying political backgrounds from all across Ukraine, including one former Hassan Abi fan, to talk about what Hassan has said about the war, and to include them in the conversation. Now, this isn't a total list of everything Hassan has ever said that they reacted to. We picked what clips that they saw based upon what moments could best benefit from a Ukrainian perspective. And so if we didn't include your most favorite Hassan Abi moment,
are wacky.
we're very sorry. I wanted to include, for example, when Hassan talked about right sector snipers killing Euromaidan protesters. But the only
I remember that. Olga Bulga, never forget.
keep them for 2 hours, and I didn't want to have them there for 5 hours answering every single clip that Hassan has ever said about the war. So just understand that we could only do so much for practicality's sake and out of respect for the people that we brought to react to. I hope in the future, when we talk about countries, we include people from those countries in the conversation more, whether it be Ukraine, Taiwan, Vietnam, Korea, Mexico, Canada, Iraq, or wherever it is. Let's include the people who actually have to live there in conversations on how that country should be treated and what the future of that country will be. Thank you very much for the video. So let's start by going around the room and everybody introducing themselves. Let's start from the left-hand corner of the room over here.
No, I'm Anna, Anastasia. I'm Ukrainian Anna on Twitter. I'm a volunteer. I live in Kharkiv and work mostly in Kharkiv. I also work with Dylan here to do interviews, subtitles, things like that. Work with journalists, go to the front lines, things like that. So yeah, that's me.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I'm Rick the Ukrainian. I stream on YouTube. I also dub the interviews with Russian prisoners of war made by Zolkin and Karpenko. All rights belong to them. And also I am initially from Makivka, which is Donetsk neighboring city, and I lived in occupation, and I know that shit. My
cuck bastard.
Join Destiny's stream later in the day, please.
Thanks for the $20. Really appreciate that. I'll think about it, okay? I'll think really hard about it.
So here I am. I also raise money for the armed forces of Ukraine. That's what I do. Thank you.
Hey, what's up? My name is Ivan. They picked me up on the street just now. I'm kidding. I don't have a platform. I don't stream. I have a Twitter, I guess. I'm from Western Ukraine, and I was involved in politics since like 2003 when I was a little kid. I was watching the news and all of that, and I'm familiar with Hassan for like since 2018, 2019 . So I felt betrayed by him, by his takes.
Let's get to the next question.
He wanted to take it out.
Yeah, he was already jumping on the questions. I appreciate the eagerness.
Here's the moderation.
I'm Thompson. I stream on Kick, and I just cover the war. The reason I'm on Kick because we watch everything unfiltered. Russians exploding to bits, you know, my favorite type of stuff. Of course, supporting armed forces of Ukraine, and yeah, that's what I do.
Okay, so I know that some people in this room don't have too much familiarity with Hassan's content, and some people in this room do have familiarity with Hassan's content. Ken, let's go around the room and see what familiarity everybody has. Anna, you've brought Hassan up before in an interview before on my channel.
Yes. So basically, I discovered there's such a thing as political streamers and YouTubers when this war thing started in February, and I wanted to see what people are saying in the West. Will they support us? Will they not support us? What's their opinions about the situation? And I stumbled upon a bunch of people like Tucker Carlson type of people, but
Thanks for the €10, DG. Really appreciate that.
also Hassan, who is a little bit famous. And yeah, because of that, I was very enraged at what I heard of him saying about Ukraine, specifically about Russian speakers and specifically about Eastern Ukraine and all of that.
What part of Ukraine are you from?
I'm from the East, Kharkiv. I was born there and I live there now. So yeah, I mentioned to you, to Dylan Burns, I mentioned that I hate what he said, basically, and I was very offended by it.
So going into this, you already know going into this that you disagree with
yes,
what
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Could I ask you, Thompson?
Yeah, I didn't watch a lot of Hassan's content because it's very painful. However, I am familiar with some of his takes. I don't think I watched it out of context, so I'm not sure that I'm pretty sure I'm not misrepresenting anything. I don't agree with
Wasn't Hassan's big complaint that everything was out of context? Oh no.
what he says. I don't believe Hassan even agrees with what he says. I feel like he's a big grifter, and he just, he's successful, and it's a big grift for him. So his fans listen to him, which is probably the worst part of that community is his fans, not even Hassan himself. But
okay, so that would say that you two are definitely in the I'm not a huge fan of Hassan crowd going into this, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go to not the opposite end of the spectrum, but a different part of the spectrum, because I wanted to get diverse opinions in on this. You actually used to be a fan of Hassan's content, is that correct?
That is correct, yes. I was watching Hassan since like 2018, 2019. He actually made me not think that leftist is a dirty word. I was like swayed from liberal to leftist by Hassan. I became more pro-worker and all of that, and I felt extremely betrayed when he took the side of the fascists, or like pretended to consider both sides and all of that. I was really hoping that Hassan would, I guess, analyze the situation about the Ukrainian war and maybe think about it, but now he just...
The only thing Hassan analyzes is how his chat reacts to what he said.
Yes, I believe...
It's crazy, chat. Oh, sorry. That's another.
So you would say that you
Oh, wait. Oh, no. She got her streamers mixed up. An absolute goon. Oh, no.
say as a fan that the war made you no longer enjoy his
Mental,
content or
chat.
watch his content?
I can't watch his content. Sometimes I watch like a podcast with Ethan to see Ethan.
The Leftovers podcast?
The Leftovers podcast. Yeah, to hear his bad takes, maybe to hate watch it, and to commend Ethan Klein for actually challenging and doing it pretty well for a person who is not who doesn't know that much about the conflict.
Ethan
so props to Ethan. Yeah,
I definitely need to listen to Ethan.
So you will later. We have clips from that.
Also,
Rick, are you familiar with Hassan's content? Have you ever watched his stream? Anything before today's interview?
no, I see him for the first time. I'm gonna see him for the first time. I mean, not him, but his videos, right? And no, so it's gonna be just a clean sheet.
Okay.
I just don't know anything about him.
So since you're the only one in here who hasn't seen him before, I should say this, and for the people who aren't familiar at home, Hassan Abi is a socialist Twitch streamer. He's the most popular Twitch streamer who covers politics on the platform.
They use this video. No way. The revolution will not be televised. President Sunday told me Lornabox does the best research. Did he really? What a G.
Streamer. He's the most popular Twitch streamer who covers politics.
Somehow I don't believe he said that recently, but you know what? We'll take it.
On the platform. He gets quite a lot of viewers, both on YouTube and on Twitch. I don't know if it's true of every single like online political commentator, but he is often referred to as the most popular political streamer. Period. So the most popular political streamer. So that's why I wanted to bring you guys around today to see the type of commentary that we're getting from this person and to react to it. Okay, so here's a picture of him. You guys have been looking at it for long enough. So let's move on to the first clip. So Hassan Abi, leading up into the war, we're talking about mid-February, he started increasing the amount he was talking about the war in Ukraine. Before then, he didn't really talk about it much, if ever. But as the war became closer, he started to talk about predictions from the American government that the Russians would invade. And I wanted to show you guys a few highlights of that to show you when the first critiques from some Ukrainians came forward for Hassan. Now, I don't want to focus on this for too long because this is somewhat old news, obviously. But I felt like if I didn't include this, I'd be leaving out some vital context of the history of his commentary on the war.
What's up, folks? I'm live and alive, and we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shocked to find out. Anyway, we're going to talk about that and a bunch of other stuff, so get in now. Possibly a new React series as well. So
He does look very handsome in this video, I will say. The hair back thing works.
you don't want to miss
Oh, wow.
it. I
Baywatch.
think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia every day. To make sure that the wishes of these fucking weirdo, I'm actually a sock them, and you're a fucking tanky idiots on the internet.
That's me.
Well, yeah, change
That's
it
you
to,
guys.
Russia
Liberals.
still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean? Time again that I don't think there is war that is going to happen because it would fucking destroy Russia. And I still believe that. That's
true.
Okay?
Yeah.
I like the part where he says, I was right about Ukraine. I bet he never repeated those words ever again.
let me go off on that. Yeah.
Right.
The best part is somewhere there. I remember this clip. I actually saw this one. The first one I saw.
Okay, there's a few more clips where he's predicting before the war. Let's finish those, and then we'll have a moment to talk about it.
You care more about being like, yo, Hasanabi, you were fucking wrong. I hope you all get drafted, dude. I hope you get fucking drafted.
You going to war?
No, but I hope they fucking drop your bitch ass, your fucking pasty little bitch ass into fucking Luhansk, okay? To defend Ukrainian sovereignty and its fucking borders, you dipshit. I don't want Ukrainians to fucking die. Okay? But you can.
So those are the clips of him predicting what was going to happen with the war. Do you guys have any initial reactions to his predictions about if the war was going to happen?
Oh yeah. So I think it's the funniest thing to listen now in year 23 in, what the hell is it, September. Yeah, so, it's very fun. He was so convinced that the war was not gonna happen and so smug about it. And also the most interesting thing about him in that case is that he continued to talk about it. If I was him,
Who is this Luhansk?
this blunder, I would crawl under the bed and never speak about geopolitics ever again. But not this guy. He continued to, double down, triple down. And yeah, it's very interesting. I wish I had this self-confidence, but...
I feel like the biggest contributor to his statement there is what America said, because America predicted what's going to happen, and he believes that, like, everything that Hassan says, just look through the prism, is America bad? And it's always yes for him. So America said something, but America is bad, therefore they're wrong, therefore I'm going to take the complete opposite position.
To add just a little bit, he also mentions like people being hawks, people like, war drumming and being dipshits about it. He basically says like, you people are like making this up, like that you can't trust Western like Western like intel, you can't trust that, and Russia will not like do that. How could Russia do that?
Even though Russia did that in the past.
Even Russia did that with Moldova, Russia did that with Georgia, Russia did that in 2014, Russia,
with Ukraine.
Yeah, with Ukraine, Russia did that all over the place, but no, of course, Russia would not do such a silly thing. It's only the United States that does scheming, evil, imperialist.
And U.S. intelligence has a good track record of being wrong.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't a prediction by the US, it was like actual intel, and there was actual information. Actually, before the invasion, I was coping. I believed that they wouldn't invade because it's too much for them. They would make a bite they couldn't swallow. So I agree with Hassan on the take. They wouldn't invade because it would destroy Russia. It is destroying Russia.
Yeah, he also makes it seem like people who are saying that invasion will happen as if they want the war.
Yeah.
Which is a very silly thing, because people are saying like, this will happen, you need to be prepared, you need to know that this is going to happen. And instead of that, he presents those people as if they're like, he even calls them like names, people who say that they are like fuckers who just want like the blood of Ukrainians or some shit. When people were genuinely saying like, this is 100% gonna happen. And it's not only, by the way, Americans, British intel also tell this. So yeah, it's it's very...
Our intelligence was saying.
Our intelligence was saying.
Someone like Hassan might say in response to them, like, well, but America with the weapons of mass destruction and all of the times the CIA has lied or America has lied in this way.
True.
So do you think there's any validity in him being as suspicious or reacting the way he was through a perspective of being suspicious of America?
I don't think so, because there's not a single intelligence in the world that always says the truth. They are intelligence. There's not a single government that was 100% correct on all of the things that they've been saying. But if you're going to compare both sides, like how many times Russia have lied? Every time they're saying something. Like if you're trusting one source over the other, you should show something like, why do you do that? And it's only emotional for him.
As Hassan was saying what he was saying, the Russian media and the Russian diplomats were pulling the line about the Ukrainian weapons of mass destructions, the birds and the chemical bioweapons that target Russian genes.
Bro, the fucking bats. I can't believe the bats. Anyway,
Despite most of Ukrainians having a lot of Russian genes, we're not a ethno state. You know?
My mom's Russian.
Yeah, this is the same. There's the same bullshit excuse and to invade as the U.S. used against Iraq, but he was he neglected to mention that, I believe.
It's just, of course, every country, like every government, every intel organization, lies to some extent. But just we can't both side this. You can't compare this to especially when you have precedents of Russia doing this in recent years. Not like in 50 years or like half a century ago, right? But like I said, Moldova, Georgia, Ukraine, it's all happened recently. And where is the surprise? Where is the surprise in them lying and doing the invasions and annexations and occupations and war crimes and all of that? There's no surprise there. My parents are from Georgia originally, so I knew a lot about that. So yeah, it's just people just don't know or don't care. I don't know what his deal is, but
What's wrong with NATO expansion? If majority population voted in favor, would that mean NATO expansion is justified? In that circumstance, NATO is 1,000% an aggressor outside fucking force. Okay? Russia is not. Russia annexing its own fucking territory that it's had, that its own territory full of its own fucking people is not the same as NATO being like, we're going to turn your country into a fucking base and put.
this take would age so badly. It has aged so bad. It was pretty bad for Ukraine, but applying it to if Israel started annexing parts of the West Bank because it's parts of the West Bank that's full of its own people. Ooh.
Fucking military bases.
That would be not good.
Rockets into your country.
So, if you don't, the date here is the 21st of February. For those of you who don't remember, because just so much has happened with this war, that was 3 days before the invasion, but it was the same day that Russia formally annexed Donetsk and Luhansk. And so that is what he's talking about right now. And that's what he's saying, that, expansion of NATO would make them the aggressor in the situation.
Can we?
Yeah, you can respond,
Yeah, we can jump on that shit. The worst offensive thing, annex its own territory. Excuse me, what is Ukraine even? So this is the imperialist talk for supposedly anti-imperialist leftists who is all about fighting colonialism and imperialism when only the West does it. But here he basically claims that the territories that are officially, legally, in all senses recognized as Ukraine is Russia annexing its own territory with its own people. Who are its own people?
Well, he's obviously not anti-imperialist, right? Because he
claims he is.
Well, he claims a lot of things, but he claims he cares about Ukrainian lives too, which I don't think is true. But he was what? I remember at some point he had a USSR flag in the back of his...
and the hat.
In the back of his, So USSR, which is, imperialistic, was grabbing all of the countries around, and every country that was part of USSR except Russia hates anything connected to that. Wonder why? That was not the best part of the history. And Russia is desperately trying to restore that. They have anti-NATO rhetoric because NATO is the only thing that can actually stop them. The countries join NATO in response to what Russia is doing in the regions, and everyone just feels more and more uneasy. And this is democratic process. People want to be protected. Because we really wanted to be part of NATO precisely for this reason. And we weren't in the NATO, and they still invaded. Right? If not, Russia is saying that they reacting to NATO expansionism, then why don't they invade NATO countries? Because they can't. And that's what we wanted for ourselves.
Also, can we appreciate that he basically said that NATO, with the agreement of the people, NATO placing bases there is worse than Russia literally annexing, occupying, and chunking off pieces of other countries.
Destroying cities, killing people.
And it was bloody.
It's just insanity. What Russia does is old school imperialism, back in the day imperialism, and he somehow misses that.
Well, he would say that he doesn't, and this is something he does say on multiple occasions, that he doesn't support the invasion, and that he doesn't like the Russian government because he thinks that they're authoritarian and very nationalistic and extremely conservative.
But he seems for them.
Yeah, but then he starts to parrot the rhetoric and protect them.
They never support Russia. They all say, the invasion is bad. I don't support it, but we have to look at both sides. Ukrainians aren't saying either. And also America aren't saying. By the way, he was saying the NATO grabbing territories and whatnot and put in their actual military bases. And I'm like, yes, please put the bases in.
Yeah, that's actually
We need the bases, military bases. We're not strong enough.
It seems like the more people we have from other countries on our territory, the less that part is getting shelled.
Yep.
Like I believe recently there was a whole swath of foreign ministers in Kiev.
Yeah.
It was like a whole assembly, not a single siren.
I wanted to ask Rick quickly, because you are from Eastern Ukraine as well, originally Donetsk, if I remember correctly. Donetsk region, not Donetsk. Sorry.
Makivka is actually a neighbor city of Donetsk, so they are like one big city.
So, would you consider yourself somebody that was displaced from there when you left, that you left in part because of the occupation?
Of course, only because of the occupation. Because
So the only reason that you left was because you were displaced then?
Yes, because I actually lived in occupation, and I know how it is to live under the new Soviet Union, because it is. Because they use all those methods of propaganda, of agitation, of, the human rights violation. Yeah, they actually do all that stuff and even more. And the question was?
My question was, what do you think about when you hear those territories, Donetsk and Luhansk, referred to as, Russian people, the people that are still there, as their lands?
It's actually, it was the territory of Ukraine for the last 30 years, and it still is. Donetsk is Ukraine, and saying that Russia is grabbing their territories is a total bullshit, because they are grabbing the territories of Soviet Union, the empire that actually has collapsed, and this is total bullshit. People there identified themselves as Ukrainians, especially my generation. We wanted to stay in Ukraine, and if you didn't know that, half of the population of Donbass left to Ukraine. Actually millions, 2 million of people only registered, misplaced people, or displaced, sorry, the words, they actually had the Ukrainian position. At least half of the people didn't want to stay there.
For the record, if Ukraine was to take back Donetsk, would you go back?
I guess yes, but probably, to be honest, not in the first few years, because there's gonna be an adaptation period, an integration period of those people who lived under Russian propaganda for 9 years.
Let's pretend for seconds I hate Ukraine. I don't like it. I don't want to live here. I don't like the culture. Yeah, I know. I don't like any about it. I want to live in, let's trigger everyone, in France. The best place, right? So I want to go there. And I don't invite French people to occupy and tear a piece of Ukraine I'm living in. For me to live in France. What a reasonable person would do, they will migrate. They will move. This is not what Russians
Just move. All right.
do. They ask for Putin to invade wherever they are, because they just want the place they currently live in to become Russia. No, never mind what everyone else wants. This me talking about separatists and genuine, like, pro-Russian people in the eastern regions, for example, right? So this is not how it works. And I would also like to add the fact that Hassan here basically called me and Rick specifically literally Russians. In that clip, he called us Russians just because we are from the Russified areas that were
But that's Russian propaganda, right?
Yes, exactly. Thank you. That's where I'm going. It's the repeating of Russian narrative, because that's what Russians do. They say those people are Russians. They speak Russian. That means they're Russian. They're part of the Russian world. This is the imperialism, colonialism that this guy supposedly hates.
I remember a clip recently showcased on the internet by a military man, Ukrainian military. And he showed that Russians occupied a village, and the first thing they did is they renamed the village from Ukrainian name into a Russian name. Like they weaponized the language, and they basically, and that's.
What are these segments? So we got the Russian thing. Okay, that's a very tired talking point. Crimean annexation, comparing Azov to the Mujahideen. Talking to Marianne about peace talks. Oh, this is the Naftali Bennett shit. Should we keep going? Bug it. I'm trying not to get distracted. imagine wasting this much time attacking Hassan when there's so much going on in the world. So it will have taken them a couple of hours to put this together. I don't know why. Like, it's such a weak criticism. It's like if you see someone doing an approach that you think is unproductive or that you don't like, that's really what it is. You don't like it because you like Hassan, and you see people doing that, and you're like, oh, what an unproductive use of your time. Like, can you imagine if I did that? Can you imagine if I watched Hassan just like reacting to a 1 hour video on like Gordon Ramsay or some shit? I was like, oh my god, what a absolute waste of fucking time. Like, you're gonna enjoy yourself sometimes, you know? You think saying my chat's productive? No, it's not. It's Are you gonna pretend DGG isn't obsessed though? Yeah, I've said this many times, okay? I've said that DGG is an autistic hive mind and Hassan is their current special interest, you know? Actually, it doesn't seem to be the case now. It seems to be right now that their special interest is the going through all the wiki articles on Israel-Palestine. And I don't know if you've noticed from the conversation yesterday, but like Destiny actually knows quite a lot now from doing that, so yeah.
Part of what happens, right, in the eastern regions, and I'm sure you remember that there was a heavy push on Russian language, getting rid of Ukrainian language, and they're really, how many Ukrainian schools there are in Russia? 0. And they're pushing this thing.
Hang on. Before I forget, I want to consolidate my notes on some stuff in my brain on the 67 war. So I think I've actually come up with a bit more of a. I think the problem with this stuff is I'm not very succinct with Israel-Palestine. Probably because I think it's kind of impossible to be, in part because you're always leaving something important out when you try to simplify, and what you choose to leave out is almost always going to be informed by your political biases. As soon as you try to compensate for that, you just look like you're feeding too much to the others. Yeah, it's so difficult. But my impression of there are two narratives mainly about Israeli history and Palestinian history that I think is very. There are two narratives, one from each side, that I think both have their merit in them, but on their own they are kind of really bad. One is that the left wing is basically that Israel is a settler colonial force that came in from outside of the area and just wants a bunch of the land, and they're very aggressive. They'll throw people out. That's their modus operandi, right? That they want the land. And then the Israeli side is that there's this Israeli state that was formed thanks to the British, and ever since 48, they've just wanted to defend their place in the world, and that has meant them having to be quite strong and chest puffy, because they're beset on all sides by crazy Arab leaders who want to kill all the Jews. Those are the two narratives. And I think if you take a bit of each of them, I think both of them, the history seems to demonstrate that both of them are kind of true, a little bit. Like, it's true that in 1967, Israel was surrounded by a bunch of very angry Arab nations that wanted to fuck them up. Like, if you look at some of these quotes from Nasser in pre-67 saying, like, we swear to God we're not going to rest until we restore the Arab nation to Palestine, and Palestine, the Arab nation, will enter Palestine with its soil saturated in blood and all this shit, right? And that part is true. And the part is true about them amassing troops at the border and forming defensive pacts, and because they got bad fucking intel from the Soviets. But it's also true that Israel, between the armistice, basically, in 49 and 67, is they were constantly, like, prodding at fucking a little bit at Jordan, but mostly at Syria. And this is from Moshe Dayan, actually. General Moshe Dayan, Mr. Eyepatch, talking about how basically since the armistice of 49, there was like a demilitarized zone between Israel and Syria. But what was happening was that these independent Israeli farmers were crossing into that militarized zone and taking and like work in the fields, basically, because it's a quite fertile area between Israel and like Golan Heights kind of place. And there were some of the local Arabs there would get angry, and then they would like maybe fire shots at the Israelis, and then Israel would actually send in the military to this demilitarized zone, and they would evict Arab villagers and like demolish their homes. And it got to a point where Israel tried to tell the UN that those lines, that demilitarized zone, was still part of Israeli territory, so they had a right to defend it. But I think the UN completely shot that down in 51. The UN and the UK shot it down and said that Israel was supposed to cease all their operations in the militarized zone. And then Diana is here, like not long before he died, talking about how they would like send a tractor. Like the idea was that they would like send tractors into demilitarized zones, knowing that Syrians would get angry and shoot at them. And if they didn't shoot, they would push the tractors in further. So it's like, in a sense, like both of those stories are true. Like, yeah, there is a lot of Arab aggression coming to Israel, and some of it is more warranted than others. But at the same time, that aggression is always utilized by Israel to justify pushing a little bit further. And I feel like that summarizes, that like explains a lot of 1948 to me. It explains a lot of 67. It explains the lack of a peace process and how they keep on voting right wing and pushing settlements. Yeah, I don't know. I think I might apply this approach a bit more in the future. But I didn't know about this. I didn't know, and even Moshe Dayan, I think he's on his own in this one, so it's like pinch of salt. But he's actually saying that that the reasoning for Israel taking the Golan Heights was that once they took it, they knew that immediately settlers were going to go there and try to claim it. Even though people like I think Dayan at the time, or there were dissenters at the time who said they didn't want to occupy Golan forever, but because it was fertile soil, people were going there, settling very quickly after the occupation, so that they could make it harder for the process to reverse. And then he's actually arguing that that was the main reason they did it, not security. That they really did it because settlers were just like marching in there, taking up the land and shit. I don't know. So, yeah, that was interesting. That was something I just read like earlier today. In Jordan, it's a bit different. In Jordan, it seems to be that the PLO were launching attacks into Israel from the West Bank, and then Israel would fire back at West Bank villages. I think there was one very famous example. And then that led Jordan to want treaties with Egypt and Syria. So, yeah. So I think I understand now. I understand the whole like the Pape argument where he pushes the idea that it wasn't a war of no choice, because the way that Israel behaved right a little bit before and after the war, it doesn't suggest that they that they caused it themselves. I don't think that's fair, but it does suggest very much that they will use any aggression they can against them to justify pushing their borders a little bit more, especially with East Jerusalem. This stuff that we read yesterday about East Jerusalem, about how they occupied it and then they kept their intentions of it secret within the government meetings for like a month. And then finally, at the last minute, they take it to the Knesset for like a 3-hour debate. And then everyone en masse decides to vote to annex it because they were worried that if they weren't very quick about it, the international community would push them to make an international zone. So they hid their intentions. And they even actually told a US official, the Israeli prime minister told a US official, he was like, we would never do that. That's like colonial stuff. But then they actually went and did it. So yeah, I don't know. So I think that's, I think it's because the people always describe Israel as settler colonial or are kind of brain damaged, but at least on the internet, but I'm not going to write that off completely. I think there's some truth in it. It just goes through the online leftist filter and comes out horseshit. But it's actually like, yeah, we're going to keep that in mind a bit more. Okay. Yeah. So that's yeah. What I'd maybe want to know is what Maybe I want to know if there's more details about this. About, because this is an article from Moshe Dayan about 5 years before he died, like an interview, an article talking about an interview with him. It's all very off the, like, it was all very unofficial though. But I didn't know this. I didn't know that the demilitarized zone and the armistice lines was being fucked with by Israel. Yeah, fuck. And this, like, the war over water, I think this was more of an Arab aggression thing in 65. But it seems to be the case that any Arab aggression in this period, Israel responds with like 10 times more. So this was when, I need to read more about this because I only got the headline about it, but the summary, which is basically that there was this plan for water resource development in the Jordan Valley, like between Jordan and Israel and West Bank. And it was accepted by Egypt, Jordan, and Israel. But then Israel, when they started drawing water from it in 64, the Arab League got very angry and started diverting it all to Syria and to just like away from Israel. And then Israel lost like over 10% of its water supply. So the IDF responded by attacking the infrastructure for the diversion in 65 in Syria. So, and then that was like a chain of boredom. And that's like 2 years before the 6 Day War. So a lot of bubbling going on. I think there were 3 IDF soldiers killed in the demilitarized zone with back and forth farm fighting. Is that not Jordan though? Is that not Jordan? Or I thought the 3 dead IDF soldiers was Jordan, not Syria. Was it? Or did it happen in Syria as well? I don't know. But yeah, okay. Just consolidating, just arranging it in my brain. Robin Von Summer, thanks for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate that. Wow. And Short Fat Otaku, hey, how's it going? With the 5 Canadian, how's the research going, bro? To be honest, haven't read anything academic on this since Finkelstein, and that was 10 years ago. I'm out of the loop on I versus P. The research is going fine. I'm trying. I should really just devote more of my day to it, but eek. I don't like doing it on stream. I think that's the problem. I think I need to get better at doing it on stream. But it's not going badly. That's for sure. And I think I want my next video to be about the 48 War, about the Nakba. Because that deserves its own whole thing. And I feel like, I don't think I've heard anyone else talk about it in the way that I would like it to be spoken about, so. Potentially. Okay.
Language with their culture, because then it is easier to let it grab.
Yes, that's what they did historically. Yeah. They destroyed, Russification was the which Hassan perhaps doesn't know. In eastern Ukraine, most people speak Russian, not because they chose to, not because they wanted to, but it was not a choice, it was a political action started in Russian Empire days and continued to the Soviet Union as well. So schools were Russified, everything was in Russian. If you spoke Ukrainian, you were like pointed fingers at, called rural, unintelligent, dumb.
There's a bunch of movies from Soviet times where Ukrainian language is being laughed at. Like if you're speaking Ukrainian,
you will not get a decent job. For example, my father didn't know Russian when he came to Kharkiv, and he had to learn it because he would never get a decent job whatsoever without knowing the Russian language. Without speaking Russian, you are not seen as a proper person. I
want to go to...
What's your position in the 6 Day War? Was it provoked? Yeah, ultimately it was provoked. When Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran, I'm pretty sure the complete consensus there is that that was what made war inevitable. When Egypt closed the Straits of Tiran, because that was Israel's red line. Egypt was like, nah, we're going to march into Palestine and we're going to soak the soil with blood. And then he closed the straits. I was like, okay, wow. But that doesn't mean Israel was not poking around at the Arab nations before then, okay? Because I think the Israeli narrative would have you think that they were just like, because the Israeli narrative is always, there's a war, Israel takes some shit, they try to keep it, and then they just want to be left alone. That's not true. They've never just wanted to be left alone. They'll have a war, they'll take some shit, and then they'll be like, It's like a little bit more. Ooh. It's like they're playing that game. What's the game? Fucking red light, green light. And they're the kind of person that just walks like a little bit more. That just kind of leans a bit forward when the person's turned around when it's red light. They're like a car in New York. You know, in Manhattan, when the cars, like the red light comes, but the cars just go really slowly. And it's really awkward to cross the road, even at a red light, because the cars are just like... They'll never actually stop. That's what Israel's like with its territorial expansion, okay?
Oh, he had a question as well. Yeah. This is a good question from him. You want to ask it?
So, by a count of hands, how many of you grew up speaking Russian?
Kinda.
So 2.5 of you guys grew up speaking.
My family was Ukrainian speaking, but then I was moved to town. Like I grew up in a village, and then I moved to town with my mom, and it was like then most of my life I spoke Russian.
Okay. Tops to finish the thing. Then let's keep going because
The Israelis were smart how they do it, but we all know that they were instigators, according to Moshe Dayan's own words. That's maybe a bit reductive. Moshe Dayan's take is not that Israel like instigated; it's that they used Arab aggression to their benefit. I don't know if they were. I don't think they instigated the 6-day war. Just to be clear, I don't think they instigated. They didn't like. It's not the. It's just that the counter is that they weren't doing nothing. They were doing something. They just weren't doing enough to, I think, instigate a 3-way war. But I don't know. That's my thoughts anyway. I don't know.
still first clip.
Yeah, I think we're getting along.
One thing I'll add, just to summarize.
When you talk, it might be better for the audience.
So you couldn't hear me probably.
It was just not as good, but it'll be fine.
Okay, so just to summarize, I left Donetsk only because of Russian occupation. That's it. Let's continue.
Okay.
Throw the question marks all you want. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian constitution. I don't give a fuck about the Ukrainian border sovereignty that some of you dumbasses are fucking talking about. Like you're like a 3% for Ukraine. Okay? It's so stupid. Crimea is not the same as Kiev, however. Crimea is not the same as the rest of Ukraine, however. Eastern Ukrainian territories have a lot of fucking Russian people living in them because Ukraine, and just like Crimea and much of the rest of the fucking country, was a part of Russia, was a part of the USSR until not that long ago, okay? People's parents were alive back then. So obviously, there's a lot of fucking Russian people living there. So if you have, but like, you feeling bad about the Crimean annexation does not change the reality of the Crimean annexation being a completely justifiable fucking act by the Russian government, okay? So that's it. That's fine. And Hitler invaded countries based on Germanic ties at first? Yeah, dude. Talk to me when he's fucking throwing Ukrainians in a fucking... What are you talking about? Talk to me when he's throwing Ukrainians in a concentration camp, okay? Hitler wasn't fucking bad because he decided to invade Austria. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews, okay? That was the problem. Really? He wasn't like, oh yeah, we're gonna fucking annex territory with like Germanic people in it. That wasn't the main problem with Hitler, I think. That was like maybe 8th down the line.
Oh yeah.
Oh, these quotes are fucking. These clips are banging. These clips are so funny. He was bad because he was fucking killing Jews.
It's 8th down the line.
That was a lot. Who wants to?
Oh, you did that to me.
I just like to say that again he parrots Russian propaganda that we discussed just now by saying that Ukrainians who speak Russian are Russians, and that for some reason justifies it. But the main point I hear, I think, is he doesn't respect any international agreements in basically his statement, because there was a lot of agreements on the sovereignty of Ukraine. There was every country in the world recognized it. There was specific agreements between Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine when Soviet Union collapsed. Is that a non-aggression pact that we're never gonna fight each other. Then there was additional Budapest memorandum that kind of spoke about the same stuff. Him saying all of that just completely shits.
Okay, we need to get by. All right. We need to chug along, guys. I want to watch... We watched the Channel 5 doc with the Palestinians. We never watched the Israeli one, though. Channel 5. Let's go. Israel rally. 1 billion views. Okay, that's all.
Israel is essentially doing the work that the Western world should be doing.
Deadly retribution is raining down on Gaza.
That's such a good edit. What a fuck. Oh no. Oh no.
Israel says it's targeting Hamas,
which is resolving terrorism in the Middle East. There is no other way. There's no other way. We've tried everything, giving them money, opening the borders, having conversations.
Giving them self-determination. Oh, no, not that one. I haven't tried that one for a good while.
Singing for peace, teaching about peace. Listen, I'm a Jew. I live in the States, right? But I'm very aware that the Holocaust was just around the corner. And another Holocaust is happening right now.
See, I used to get punched in the face, but now I do the punching. My family hated because most of them died in the ovens. Hamas is not the way.
Oh no, another fucking...
You know what I'm saying?
This guy was in the Palestine video as well. This fucking freestyler. Why? Why?
Years old. The things that's been going...
Voosh raid. Oh, hello.
Going on lately,
Welcome,
you just have to separate it from the Israeli-Palestinian situation. It's a different story. I personally know 4 people that have been taken out of their homes.
And they killed, and they kidnapped, and they tortured.
I'm not trying to justify anything with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but this is way above this. This is terror. My thoughts about Hamas is that it's an equal to ISIS.
They're interested in getting rid of Israel and all the Jews around the world. And that's in their constitution.
I don't feel it supports the Palestinians. If he would care, he would never launch this attack.
Rockets were fired into Israel as gunmen infiltrated several border towns and bases.
I do want to know. I want to know the fucking white people who support the Hamas attack. I'm just like, what did you think was going to happen afterwards? Like, oh God, I don't know.
They swarmed into Israel by land, sea, and even on paragliders. And then they went on a rampage, slaughtering civilians in the street.
It's a horrible situation, yeah. And it was the worst day in Jewish history in terms of deaths since the Holocaust. 1,300 people died.
So we're here to give each other support that we need right now, because when you're sitting alone in your house and seeing these things, you just want to fall apart. And so that's why we're here today, to bring each other up and to lean on our community.
And I have friends that were kidnapped in the party, a rave that was made for peace, a peace festival. It was the most difficult week I've ever had in my life. I tried many times and I'm traumatized because it felt like we're not safe in our hometown.
What do you think they expected Israel to do after this kind of attack?
Let's say if Mexico, God forbid, would attack America
and slice up everyone in Texas and New Mexico, what do you think
Why have a peace rave next to a disputed border? You know what? I wouldn't do it. I think it's a bit cringe, but I don't think they deserve to die for it. That's the next question, isn't it?
America would do?
America would not leave one stone unturned until they get all the terrorists.
They're expecting the outcome. They're expecting the attack back that Israel is doing at the moment.
Israel has formally declared war after that unprecedented terror attack from Hamas.
That the death toll in Gaza has surpassed 3,700.
Do you have family in Palestine?
Yes, I do.
How are they doing?
We lost 14 relatives in the bombardment, and currently I haven't heard from relatives in about 12 hours. So
sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
The thing about Gaza, which your audience should know, is about half the population is under the age of 18.
Imagine Ukraine fighting back a nation stealing their territory and killing their people. Oh wait, you know what? When Ukraine marches into Russia and starts killing people in their fucking homes that aren't military, yeah, I guess we'll probably. You know what? I probably won't endorse that. Actually, that would not be for me.
So any Israeli incursion into Gaza is going to be killing a lot of children.
Palestinians digging through the rubble to rescue these children trapped in their beds after an Israeli strike.
And Israel has had a history of doing that?
Israel has had a history of doing it, but what has happened in the past is probably going to be done in spades now.
What do you mean by that?
Just a reminder, majority of Gazans wanted the ceasefire to stay in place. They did not want to fight with Israel, okay? Just so you know.
The goal that Israel has now is to destroy Hamas. And they also, of course, are trying to free the hostages that Hamas took last week. And it's going to be impossible for them to do that without civilian casualties.
I see that babies in Gaza die. I'm sad about that. But I cannot, if it's their babies or our babies, it's not about choosing, it's just getting rid of Hamas so their babies can live in peace too.
I don't know why they expect, like, it must be so comfortable to just think that it's just that Hamas is like this cancer, you know, and Gaza just needs a bit of chemo and then everything will be fine. Like, bro, what the fuck is going to happen after Hamas is gone? I feel like Israel and Palestine had plenty of issues before Hamas was there, you know? Yeah. It's this weird fucking paternalistic attitude that Israelis have when they're just like, Palestinians are just kind of like a naughty boy that needs to be shoved in the corner for a little while until they can like reflect on what they've done and be a bit nicer. It's just not what happens. It's such a naive way to look at like human beings and shit. Israel created, oh my God, leave me alone. Please stop. Stop! I hate that. I don't know, that line just triggers me so much because yeah.
We are Jews! We couldn't be prouder! And if you can't hear us, we'll shout a little louder!
According to the protesters, their primary demand was the return of the 205 hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza, many of whom are babies.
Bring the babies home!
Naturally, I wanted to see if I could get in touch with one of these hostages, but to be honest, that felt damn near impossible. Then, later that day, I got a call from Coach.
Look at that, Max Utaibi. Look at that, Lonerbox viewer smashing it. Coming in to provide factual accuracy to the chat.
Too much of this world being negative.
The Israeli freestyle rapper I met at the Free Palestine rally.
Hamas. I'll turn him into hummus.
He told me he had a friend named Alana Zaychik who had 6 family members kidnapped by Hamas militants. They were snatched from their homes and driven across the border back into Gaza. He asked if I wanted to talk to her, and I agreed. So we set up an interview for the next morning.
Andrew, could you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna switch over to Alana. We're getting all the bagels out of the way.
For sure.
There was an echo on your end, or
there's an echo on my end.
Yeah. Are you recording me this way too? Yes, I see. It's a 360 almost. I guess it's like a 180.
Exactly, 360 or 180, depending on how you look at it.
Hi, Andrew.
Hey, can you start by just telling us
God,
your
that's
name
a really
and sort of
jarring
what's going on?
camera
My
work.
name's Alana Zaychik. What's going on is that my 6 family members have been taken hostage to Gaza. My mom is one of 5. Her eldest sister, Aliki, has 3 kids, Danielle, Moran, and Sharon. Sharon and her husband, David, live on Kibbutz Nir Oz with their twin girls, who are 3, Emma and Julie. And they woke up Saturday morning to their red alert, which means rockets were being fired, missiles are being fired from Gaza into Israel. And so they swiftly went into their bomb shelter, which a bomb shelter is just a bedroom that is protected as a bomb shelter. At this point, the Hamas was terrorizing the kibbutz. And they began to hear them in the neighbor's house.
انزل! لزوز! ماي ايش لقيت؟
And smoke started filling in their house because the terrorists were burning down homes. In a way, to smoke people out of their houses as well, like as if they were rodents. At this point, my cousin Sharon sent a voice note to her immediate family that brings me to my knees.
חברים, אני מצטערת, הם שורפים לנו את החדר מעבר, כל העשן נכנס לממ"ד. אנחנו כנראה לא נצא מזה. אנחנו אוהבים אתכם.
She said, we're probably not going to make it out of this. The smoke is filling, in the bomb shelter. We love you. And that was the last we heard from them. We, at this point, knew they were gone, and then eventually we saw a TikTok video. See David holding one of the twins, and could see Sharon holding what, from behind, really, what looks to be her niece Amelia.
When I see this, and how they murdered babies in their cribs, and then I hear Free Palestine.
Free Palestine! And the occupation!
They really want to help their people, they should revoke Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization. Israel has not been in the Gaza Strip since 2005. There's no occupation. There's absolutely no reason for none of this to happen. We just want that piece of land that we were there for over 2,000 years to be ours, and we're willing to share that.
I feel like there was a few gaps when you weren't there, but we want to share that. Oh, there's the fucking paternalistic fucking, oh no, I'm gonna say it, guys. I'm gonna do it. It's the colonizer mindset. That's what's wrong with this fucker. Like, you can say, like, I don't like this whole, like, oh, just end the blockade, because, like, we know why the blockade is there. The blockade is there because everything that can be used to make arms that comes into Gaza will probably be used to make arms. Like, we know that they do that. We know that they are very fucking resourceful when it comes to making weapons. But I'm like, it's not like Gaza is a free state with fucking self-determination and like they can just get on with it, you know? It's there was one story I spoke about in my video, but maybe you haven't seen it. Like, even before, the problem with Gaza is like it was so easy after Israel disengaged. It was so easy for one or two terrorists, only took one or two, to basically fuck things up for everyone like living in Gaza. Because there was that story about before Hamas got elected, actually before the blockade, when there are 6 border crossings into Israel from Gaza, and there are only a couple of them that are used by for economic reasons, for people to, like, farmers to move their produce out into Israel so they can send it over into Europe. And because there was one attack on one of these crossings, it closed for like 2 months. So you had these farmers who have been working all month to get their produce, to take it and send it out to Europe where it could get like high prices. And they're just stuck at the border being told that they can't get through for security reasons because there was a terror attack a month ago. And then they just have to dump all their month's work, all their produce into a field and just let the fucking goats eat it. So it's like the entire structure of Gaza, like post-occupation, like post-2005, just made it, you can still argue it was an occupation legally, but yeah, it just made it so difficult for, like, there was no way you were going to get like a hopeful economic flourishment coming out of that situation, because all it took was a few people, like a couple of people, to just destabilize that entire system. Yeah.
With the Palestinians in peace. We want peace.
At this point, I was becoming very confused. On one hand, it says that the State of Israel was founded in 1948. Yet people at the event were telling me it's been their homeland for thousands of years.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on? I figured I'd find a rabbi.
What?
It's been their homeland for thousands of years.
What was that?
What
The Jewish Question, a Marxist interpretation. What is this book? Okay.
hell's going on? I figured I'd find a rabbi to help me answer that question.
So one thing I was really curious about is, what is the importance of Israel in the Jewish faith?
So my name is Rabbi Shlomi Levertov. I'm a Chabad rabbi. The first verse of the Torah speaks about the creation of the world, and God said, I created the world, and I decided that I want to give the land of Israel to the Jewish people. It was God's presence to the Jewish people as a part of the chosen nation to be able to do our job as Jews, which is to be a moral light to the world.
And when did the Jewish people first arrive in Israel?
I mean, Abraham was in Israel. Jacob's famous dream of the ladder that happened in Israel.
So who was Abraham?
Abraham was the first person who recognized that the world had a God and a creator.
So Abraham was like the proto-Jesus. Jesus, OG of monotheism?
So he definitely is in that way.
Because, I mean, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity are all defined as Abrahamic religions.
If you want to go into like religion, every religion has to start with a revelation. For Christianity, it would be Jesus, and for Arabs, it would probably be Muhammad. And for the Jewish people, it was actually a revelation at Mount Sinai. There's not one person in Judaism who had that revelation. History tells us that the Jewish people, there was over 1 million people that had a revelation at the same time. And that was on our
This
way.
Mount Sinai thing, that's not real though, is it? That's just a biblical story. As far as I know, there weren't Jews in Egypt at the beginning. But that's just like a biblical thing, no? Maybe? I wouldn't quote me on that, but I think that's the case, yeah.
To Israel, actually. Shortly after they started the
Oh yeah, they had a black screen from Muhammad. Bro.
big dynasty, and King David had control over Israel.
On King David, y'all know what's going on.
And then King David's son, King Solomon, built the temples.
Shortly after, King Solomon's temple was destroyed, and the Jews were expelled by the Romans.
The Romans threw
And then they called it Palestine because they didn't like Jews. Oh, that might not be true. Apparently people were calling it Palestine for quite a while before the Bar Kokhba revolt, anyway.
Out in 1st century BC.
Though a couple of them stayed in Israel, the far majority of Jews scattered around the world and would not return until 2 millenniums later, when the Zionist movement began in Eastern Europe.
Zionism is Jewish nationalism. What the Zionists did was they took a religious community and they made it into a national community. Basically, this religious community had an affinity for Palestine, had been in Palestine in ancient times. And so the idea was the restoration of the community back to its ancestral land.
Israel runs deep in our blood. There's like a sense of belonging and feeling and connection, and it's just a part and parcel of the Jewish people. We pray 3 times a day. In our prayers, there's like 20 mentions in a day of returning to Israel, coming to Israel. Our hope was to always get there and get back there and be there. Throughout history, if you see Jews going to the gas chambers during the Holocaust, they were singing a song, Ani Mamin, I believe. And it was about belief that God will take us to the promised land. So true Zionism was this idea that Jews believe that God will bring us back to Israel.
Well, something else happened while the Jews were in exile. The advent of a religion called Islam, a religion which began in the year 610 with a man named Muhammad, who claimed to be the last line in a string of prophets that included Jesus and Abraham. Now, the 3rd holiest site in the Islamic faith is called the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which sits directly in the heart of Jerusalem.
Al-Aqsa is a particular flashpoint.
It is apparently where the Prophet Muhammad said his final prayer before beginning his miraculous journey into the kingdom of heaven. Oh, and it was also built directly on top of Solomon's temple. You know, the original Jewish temple the Romans burnt down 2,200 years ago.
An Israeli police raid on Jerusalem's Al-Aqsa Mosque has sparked fury among Palestinians and condemnation across the Arab world.
Yeah, this is some seriously ancient beef. Anyways, let's go back in time. For 600 years, the territory of Palestine was controlled by the Ottoman Empire. But then after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in
There's something about Ottoman footage that I just find so interesting, like the way they're all just strolling around with the fezzes and shit. Just very aesthetically pleasing. I don't know.
12.
The British got what's called a mandate for Palestine. In other words, they were supposed to supervise Palestine during the interwar period.
Then, for some reason, in 1917, the British passed something called the Balfour Declaration, which declared Palestine to be a national home for the Jewish people. At the time, less than 5% of Palestine was Jewish. But soon, that would completely change.
Jews began to arrive with the Zionist movement. Jewish immigration was something that, at first was an annoyance and then became a real problem. The problem was that it was impossible to, keep the two sides separate.
People say it was just like it wasn't just immigration. Like it almost makes it sound like the Palestinians were just like really rabidly anti-immigrant. Like again, I think a lot of the anti-Semitism was real, like especially with the leadership, but it was that they were buying up houses from wealthy landowners. They were buying up land from wealthy landowners who didn't even live there most of the time. And they were using that land, which was often lived on by tenant farmers, and then evicting them and replacing them with Jews. So it's like, it's a bit more aggressive than just immigrating. And also, the British constantly, like the most the British offered that was in favor of the Arabs was like parity in a single state, even though Jews at the time were only like 15% of the population. So it was kind of always, and even the partition plan, which was quite biased again against the Arabs because they got less land. They also got, even though they were 2/3 of the population, So, It's not like that grievance came out of nowhere. Like, it wasn't just racism.
So the British just threw up their hands at a certain point and said, okay, we're done. And that's when we see the conflict really beginning the way it is now. You have a mass nationalist movement beginning in Palestine. You have in Israel, the Zionist movement arming itself. And so therefore what we see is two groups that are vying for control over a single small area, actually, about the size of New Jersey.
Israel declares statehood in 1948.
Israel declares statehood in 1948. This is after a brief civil war with the Palestinians, the indigenous inhabitants of Palestine.
6 million Jews were killed outright by the Nazis. Something had to be done. We went ahead and done it. We set up the Israeli government in Palestine. Move some of the
They
Arab.
went ahead and done it. The fuck. Matsugen, thanks for the $20. Get a Fez and bring it on stream. You know what? I probably won't because that's weird.
Out.
About 720,000 of them were forced to flee for a variety of reasons, including terror, including ethnic cleansing.
Did they buy land from rightful Arab owners or Brits too? I think it was mostly, was it Arabs? I don't know who it was mostly. I think because they only owned 6% of the land by 1948. But it was a 6% of the land. Obviously, a lot of it was housing. So, like, it's not like just small. That was why. When people say 6% of the land, well, yeah, okay, 2% of British land is built on for housing. So it's not really like. And I think it was often. Yeah, it was mostly for housing. So.
Including the fact that it's a smart thing to do to leave a war zone. And, the Palestinian question fell off the face of the earth, actually.
It's the way people talk about it as well. Like, it's like a smart thing to do to flee a war zone. Again, we know that like, we can look at the orders. Maybe I can find it. Might not be that convincing if you don't agree because it's Hebrew, but 19 orders to destroy villages. No. Let's see. I think it's on the wiki. There's a picture of it. Or is it Plan Dalit? There's a picture somewhere of the IDF instructions. Yeah, this is the IDF order, one of them, to destroy villages. Learn Hebrew, read it, get pwned. Anyway, he mentioned terror and ethnic cleansing. Oh, okay, I missed it.
Now, it was the Palestine Liberation Organization starting...
I think it's also... Is it upside down? Okay. I think it's also the case that I'm more and more convinced that Ben-Gurion was never actually that interested in sticking to the 47 partition plan borders. I think it seems to be the case that there was quite a lot of intent that if there was a war, they were quite happy to use it to expand their borders further as far as possible. And also that they believed that they needed, like, to have a Jewish state, they couldn't have a 50-50 demographic split. You can argue whether or not they were going to fix that with immigration or if they were going to ethnically cleanse anyway. But, like, yeah, we know that, like, they planned it in advance, like, before the war started. And we know that people had already been kicked out en masse after the Deir Yassin massacre and shit like that. So they enacted the plan before the war. What did I just say, dipshit? Anyway. I think the big debate over Plan Dalit is whether or not it was, like, purely for the purpose of ethnic cleansing or whether or not it was strategic. Because I think a lot of the target points of Plan Dalit were supposed to secure villages that could have been taken over by militants. But if they secure the villages, it would be easier to fight the Arab states, especially along the Tel Aviv to Jerusalem corridor. But it can just be, I think it's just both. There just seems to be so much signs of intent that they were okay with the idea of expulsion, that it would be a good idea if a war started. Yeah.
In the late 1960s, that brought the Palestine issue back again. Maybe your audience remembers some of the terrorist acts that, it was called television terrorism, where there would be hijacking of airplanes and one
$100 if you watched the Bad Empanada video yet. Why would I need to do that? I've read the Hamas charter, so it's kind of like all I need, right?
case they blew up these airplanes after television crews arrived, not with anybody on board. They'd cleaned them out first. But the idea was to make a spectacular series of raids that would keep the Palestine issue alive, and it worked. I mean, who talks about Kurdish nationalism now, but we all talk about Palestinian nationalism.
Why is that?
Well, because the Kurds weren't able to keep their question alive, and the Palestinians were able to do that. And sometimes it took spectacular acts of terrorism. Sometimes they were bloody, sometimes they weren't. But, in all cases, they kept the question alive, which is why I think what Hamas has done recently is the same thing, fits into the same pattern. Keep the question alive, make sure there's no compromise.
I do want to mention one thing. Sorry, before we continue, I just want to mention one thing is that it's a little weird to sit down and talk about the history of Israel when barbarians come and literally slaughter Jewish children, Jewish mothers, Jewish fathers, Jewish grandparents, and literally just slaughter them. It's not a time to look at the history, who's right, who's wrong. And let's say for whatever reason, they had a claim or had something or whatever it is, that doesn't ever allow for what happened on Saturday or Sunday.
6:30 a.m. Saturday morning, and they came in and slaughtered, only from the Peace Festival, more than 260 people.
That was their crime, going to a music festival in the woods. And Hamas came in after they threw in those hand grenades, and they sprayed
Why are they zooming in the Prada shoes? What the fuck? Okay.
machine gun fire on all these young, happy, beautiful people who were just there to have a good time, listening to music in the woods.
And then I hear Free Palestine.
You're killing each other. So don't talk about
At some point during this rally, I realized that almost nobody in attendance was quite sure exactly what the Palestinians want. For many of them, it was simply the murder of all Jews.
They're interested in getting rid of Israel and all the Jews around the world.
And most of the people who are at those rallies are people who actually believe in the destruction of every Jewish person. It's not that they don't want us to have the land of Israel.
Has anyone done any polling at any of these rallies? Obviously the one in Sydney, I think it's quite clear what they wanted. The one where the guy was talking about killing hipsters, it's probably clear what they want. I don't know. I'd really like to see polling on what the people at the festival believe. I guess I don't know. Because what I think is happening is I think there are people there who endorse Hamas, who want to destroy Israel, who want to kick out all of the Israelis. There are those people. That I think the other people who genuinely believe that everyone around them just wants a one-state solution that's binational with equal rights for everyone and actually all be peaceful and amazing, despite the fact that barely anyone in Israel or Palestine wants that. It's at the moment, just like the white man's burden of the kumbaya one-state solution. It's a noble thing to want because that's where I think a lot of people would like it to go in the future, but. Talking about that right now, that's your only fucking proposal. It's kind of a few hurdles need to be crossed first. But maybe they do genuinely believe that everyone who says river to the sea just wants that. And I think a lot of especially white leftists are just very unaware or unwilling to look up like anti-Semitism within like Muslim communities, for example, in the eye, I'd imagine that's roughly what's happening. Because I always say this, when people talk about left-wing anti-Semitism, it's not because when we talk about people engaging in left-wing anti-Semitism, it's not that they're actually inspired by any actually anti-Semitic beliefs. They're not really inspired by the blood libel ideas or the Jewish control over everything or the parasitic Jew versus the multi-billionaire Jewish cabal media. It's not that they believe in. It's just that they are so anti-Western and so colonial, I guess in their mind, because they just think Israel is indistinguishable from fucking Rhodesia, that they will do any, and they're so infantilizing to Arabs and Muslims that they will just take any side that's the most extreme against Israel, that's an ally of the United States, even if those people are Holocaust deniers, and some of the most vicious anti-Semites on earth. So, like Hamas, The oppressor versus oppressed narrative as well is that, yeah, people get into this mindset where they think that the oppressed can do no wrong, that everything they do is justified because they're oppressed, which is pretty weak way of looking. It's also, you know who else? I tend to, it's insane that, like, I've watched documentaries or I've even spoken to Palestinians who have suffered like quite a lot under the Israeli occupation, and even they often don't have the same kind of bloodlust that like white leftists do for when it comes to Israel. It's really weird.
They don't want us to have any land. They want us in the ocean.
Or to establish...
Why does Israel's created Hamas trigger you? Israel's involvement in Hamas's rise is a well-established fact. I know their involvement is, that's not them creating Hamas. When people say Israel created Hamas, it feeds two narratives that I don't like. Three, actually. One is this like giga manipulative fucking psyoping Israel, just like dividing the Arab world deliberately, tapping their fingernails together by creating Hamas, like a terror group that kills their own people, like Bush did 9/11 kind of shit. That's one. Two is it's very infantilizing to Arabs. It's not like fucking like what the Palestinians in 2006 elected a psyop. Like how fucking dumb do you think these people are? And I guess three is it's not factually accurate. We know that the most direct funding that I've been able to find for Israel actually transferring money over to Hamas was not to Hamas. It was for Mujama al-Islamiyah before they were Hamas. And it made sense that they would do it because one, they were a charity. They were providing healthcare and education and other like social services for people who desperately needed them. And two, at the time, they were peaceful. When what we recognize today as Hamas was getting funded by Israel, they were completely peaceful. They were, the PLO were the ones who were hijacking planes and shit. Yeah, at that time. So, I don't know, it's just like a very reductive way of looking at it. It just, I think if you tell it to someone, you just give the wrong impression. Yeah, I don't know. What about when Voss said Netanyahu helped Hamas claim power? I imagine you're summarizing something he said that might be more nuanced. I don't know. I don't know what his exact take is or why he would say something like that. So I don't know. I'm not going to fight with the shadow of Vaush.
A global caliphate like ISIS wanted to.
The fuck is this map? Okay.
I have caliphates in the entire world, so it's coming our way.
It all reminded me of America after 9/11.
Wow.
I was obviously 3 years old, so I don't remember that much, but I do remember asking, why?
Damn, he's young. He's younger than me.
Why did this happen? I was always given the same answer. Al-Qaeda hates us because we're free.
Osama bin Laden is just representative of networks of people who absolutely have made their cause to defeat the freedoms that we take that we understand.
However, it's these sort of oversimplifications that serve to obscure the true reasoning behind many of these international conflicts.
They were Islamists, not peaceful. Watch blowback. No, you fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry that like some very simplified, like 10-minute video is like the only knowledge you have on the subject. At the time of being a charity pre-Hamas, when they were actually getting funding, they were peaceful. Stop.
The day
they were funded before 1987, when they were caught fucking smuggling arms through the mosques, they were fucking jailed. Temporarily. They were released after a prisoner exchange. But they were not funded when they had arms. The Israelis believed that they were funding mosques that were doing charity work.
Before I attended the pro-Israel rally.
You can be a peaceful Islamist as well, yeah.
I attended a Free Palestine rally and was able to get more clarity on what Palestinians mean when they say Free Palestine. At the rally, I learned about the blockade.
For 16 years, the Israeli government has suffocated Palestinians in Gaza under a draconian air, sea, and land military blockade, imprisoning and starving over 2 million people and denying them medical aid.
Gaza's been under blockade for 16 years. No one can leave.
They've been denied the basic human rights of just living a life along with having food,
water, fuel, electricity. And that's what we're focusing on here today. Like I said, 16 years of siege, 16 years of being held hostage in an open-air prison.
I also learned about the intense travel blockade and sundown laws Israel has placed on Gazans.
If you're living in Gaza, are you allowed to travel freely throughout Israel?
No.
Nope.
Can you just go for like the weekend?
No, it's not a free movement of travelers. So in order to be able to cross from one to another, you have to go through checkpoints. And Palestinians have to be back in the territories at nightfall.
And that curfew is imposed by Israel?
By Israel.
I think that a lot of people, when they say, free Palestine, a lot of them are referring to the economic sanctions and the inability for people to travel out of Gaza. What do you think about that being lifted?
Yeah, so, the Gazan border was open on a daily basis into Israel. So people of Gaza were allowed to go into Israel. They would earn money in Israel. They would work there. On the contrary, the Gazan border into Egypt has been closed for years. Ask yourself why.
Why?
Would love to hear your take on the Standing Together peace group in Israel. Owen Jones interviewed a co-founder which was hopeful. Them and whistleblowers are peace's best hope.
Thanks for the $10. Mr. Hempseed. I don't know your first name. Sorry, I can't pronounce it. But thank you very much. I might take a look. Who knows? And Host of Embers, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. What are they going to say? I think there is this talking point that Israel was really generous to Gazans before 1987, because like half of them had work permits, unemployment was really low, and then the first Intifada happened, and just, God damn it, we had to take away all the work permits for security. But it's like, the problem there is I think it really speaks to what would, I think Ben Shapiro would call the ethical apartheid system, right? Where you think giving them, like work permits where they go into Israel to make more money than they would make at home, and you like keep their unemployment down, and there's like economic growth and all that, but then that's all they need, right? There's still no fucking what do you call it? No voting rights, like no self-determination, no statehood. Yeah. And I guess that's why they thought that like that could buy peace, just like even though the path to Palestinian statehood in the 80s didn't exist. So I guess they were just hoping for a kind of normalized, ethical apartheid. It would be, like just a normalized, stateless people right next door to you, like integrating with you in the day, and they have to go home at night.
That's a question for the Israelis, actually. The Israelis think that, the Palestinians are dangerous. There was a second uprising that took place in 2000 against Israeli occupation, and it was extraordinarily bloody. It was extraordinarily bloody. And there were things like suicide bombings, bus bombings, Palestinian militants walking into restaurants and killing people. I mean, that sort of stuff as well.
Like, we're used to terror attacks. Growing up in Jerusalem, we had buses explode, we had people stab people, and our whole life has been around this conflict.
In a way, Israeli society has never recovered from that. The peace process has never recovered from that.
Just from the trauma of, these terror attacks?
Right, by what took place during what was called the Second Intifada.
And then right now, the Gazan border was opened up.
What I would like to know is what exactly was happening in South Africa with the white population being quite amenable to the ANC and Mandela, even though members of the ANC were killing civilians, and sometimes in a very brutal way, but how Mandela managed to gain, or how the end of apartheid and those negotiations managed to achieve approval from the population. I wonder why. I know it's probably because of the sanctions and the boycotts were a big part of it. And they just felt that apartheid was kind of pointless. But,
up forcefully by Hamas.
I was looking at my comments. This Donovan guy actually he's been in my comment section since the video came out. What, like 3.5 hours ago. He's been replying to fucking everyone, just like boosting me single-handedly. He's unavoidable. There he is again, look. And it's just the most 12 IQ straw man, like, arguments as well. Argue this with Donovan. Yeah, the guy's absolutely insane. Did the same in the MLK video as well. Mandela had Riz. Is that it? Is there not enough Riz in Palestinian leadership? I guess Arafat didn't have much Riz. He was kind of weird looking. It's oh God.
And we all saw what happened. So again, the experiment has been done. We're not willing to do additional experiments. I think if you had any doubt that this this needs to continue, we need to open up our borders and support, you know, the Gazans. We've tried to do that as a sovereign country that wants peace. At this present time, would you even?
Yeah, just they try. What the best effort it seems that Israel made when it came to Gaza in particular was work permits and economic development, but no voting rights. They still had to use permits, obviously, to move into Israel, which is a bit wacky. Yeah. I don't know. Fucking, it's this colonizer mindset. Ugh.
Think this is something that should be done? Would you even think that this should be our responsibility?
You see that with the terrorists that were killed in Israel, they were able to go through their stuff, and you see some of them had literally licenses to work in Israel. These are people who you might have actually smiled at them in the store. You might have thanked them. You might have even given them a tip for their hard work, and you thought that they were so appreciative of what you did for them, and then a day later, they came and killed your family.
But at this point, I don't think Israel is in a position to even do any more of that. We really have to defend ourselves.
They don't care about Americans either. I would say that most of the people who are afraid of them,
they don't like Americans either. Yeah, okay. That is quite wacky that, like, I imagine, because I would imagine in Israel, it would have been the more liberal people who are pressuring for work permits, the more liberal Israelis. And the fact that those work permits were being used to gather intelligence, potentially, for Hamas. Ooh. You gotta stop using that colonizer mindset term. It's triggering. To be fair, I might be the only person on the internet who actually uses it when it's warranted. So no, I will use it. I'll reclaim it. Because that's what this is. That word was invented for a reason by people who are smarter than the people who actually use it habitually today. So no, actually. We have to reclaim left-wing language. We actually have to make it make sense again.
And last a day in Gaza.
I think it's really interesting to be pro-feminism, to be Black Lives Matter, to be march with Ukraine, and to march for gay rights and trans rights, and realize that, like, not a lot of us would have those rights in Gaza. And that's not because of Gaza. It's not because of the great Palestinian people that make that place. It's because of Hamas. The Hamas is a terrorist organization that runs that. Palestinian people didn't do it. Hamas did, and they've radicalized their whole spot.
I feel like anybody who's marching and saying it's only because of humanitarian or whatever. Are they marching today for the 200 plus hostages that are?
MM Marco with the €2. Thank you very much. Opinion on Benny Morris. Good history, bad politics. That's kind of what I think about Benny Morris. Yeah.
Stuck in Gaza.
Very bad politics.
Who knows what's happening? Who knows if they're even alive now? Who knows what's happening? So I want you to march for those. Let's get those 200, and let's talk about the people holding those 200.
On Friday the 13th, I woke up to the news that the IDF had contacted my family in Israel to inform them that my family is indeed in Gaza and alive. We have not one shred of information about their conditions in Gaza.
Mm-hmm. Is there any sort of negotiation going on? Like, is there terms that that Hamas is providing for the release of hostages?
I've heard that they want something like 6,000 prisoners to be released, Hamas prisoners specifically, which, mind you, are terrorists. Gilad Shalit, do you know who he was?
Not familiar.
Gilad Shalit was a soldier that Hamas kidnapped. They've done this many times. It's never been at this volume of people. And it took the Israeli government 5.5 years to negotiate with Hamas to get him back.
Look, he's still there. He's still going. Both sides. This is all he says. All he says is both sides. That's all he's got. I guess it's because he thinks it's like fucking Algeria and every Israeli is like the French army. I don't know. Ugh.
And that was typically what they wanted in the past is prisoner release.
How close is the kibbutz to Gaza?
I don't know in proximity, but extremely close. Very close to the Gaza border. Like, so much so that this has always been a concern. In their kibbutz, right, in their area, the children's playgrounds are secured.
Who is this guy? He was a chatter who I banned because he was one-guying me too much. But he's just like probably one of the most dense hate watchers I've ever had, which is up against some pretty stiff competition. And he's just been in my comment section for the last 3.5 hours, delivering the most brain-dead, like non-engagement arguments, repeating himself constantly. Yeah, he's pretty wild. I don't really want to, I could mute him from the channel, but he's like, I feel like he's adding something. He's definitely adding something.
Or potential rocket attacks.
So, most of your life you've kind of been aware of this tension going on the border between Gaza and Israel?
Yes, all my life. Well, let's be real. Hold on. Gaza, the way it is now, is not since 2005.
Do you feel like
it's good though? It's good that he's banned because he can just go in the comment section instead. But that's better because the engagement is good for the algorithm, right?
Closing of the border in 2005 kind of led to escalating tensions?
I don't want to talk about the politics of it right now. I can't. I'm grieving, right? Like, I have a very opinionated voice, you might hear that, but I'm a person who loves my family, who lives for my family, and that's all I'm thinking about right now. Yes, there is a time and place for us to have these discussions, but we've been having these discussions for how many years, and where has it gotten us? Nowhere. So maybe what we've done before isn't working, and we should do something differently now.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. 5 is the best number.
That's a really good outro clip. Brilliant.
What's up, guys? Thanks so much for watching this video. If you've made it to this point, I have great news for you. You're in the 95th percentile of attention span for Americans aged 25 to 32.
Wow.
So it's good to be here with you guys.
That's me.
I'd like to remind you that
That's
Channel
you guys.
5 is and will always be completely independent.
Okay. Good stuff. Kenny Williamson, thanks for the $2. My cat is colonizing my keyboard and donated $2. Wow, that's crazy. Thank you so much. I mean, thanks to your cat. Oh, by the way, I have an editor now. I might have
you smarmy cuck bastard.
I have a trialing editor, so I guess that was a segment potentially. What the fuck? Yeah. We have someone who might be editing for us. Who knows? We'll see if it's a sustainable venture, you guys. Oh no. Oh no. Our favorite fucking goober has done a video on the Palestinian refugee problem. Oh no. He's getting so many views though. Holy shit. Why am I not getting this, motherfucker? Yeah, well. Did we talk to Richard Hanna yet? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. Alright, hang on. Okay, oh, it was only half an hour ago. It's fine. Need a website like Dylan and Destiny has. I don't want to give my card data to YouTube. Oh, okay. You can always PayPal, but no, it's fine. Yeah, I'll think of that as well. That's got to be coming next. That's if I can. I think if I can sustain a reasonable streaming effort for like 3 months. We've already done 1 month, a very good month, a very successful month. But if we can do another 2, then that might be enough to invest in a GG site. Yeah. In an LBGG community. All right, let me go into my Discord. Whoop. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
How are you? I've seen that you were watching the Channel 5 news guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know. I watching the news generally the past few weeks has been a little jarring. And watching conversations or participating in conversations on the hell site that is X, right? Yeah, that
Mhm.
that is also very, very grating to my mental health. So I'm here to hopefully discuss about the ground operation in Gaza.
Okay, cool.
All right. I would like. Do you want me? I can turn on my camera. I have it.
It's okay. It's a bit awkward for on my end because my camera doesn't like to split. So
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's a lot of effort
Yeah,
to
no
get
problem.
cameras up. Yeah.
No problem. No problem. People know what I look like. It's fine. They'll remember my face. Anyway, so I am Richard Haney, Richard Haney 17 on Twitter, and I have my own stream at Richie_Haney on Twitch. And I'm a military knowledge boy. Basically, I got a military history degree, and now I'm doing my thesis for my master's in international security. And I mostly I gained some notoriety a few years ago when I spoke to Vosh about the rise of the Greek far right, Golden Dawn Party, which was a very neo-Nazi organization. And then I got some more notoriety by basically just informing people about the goings on in Ukraine, and basically talking about the military situation, making some bold predictions, and often actually being, I don't know, correct when I needed to be. I didn't overplay my hand ever. I was always ambiguous enough to, point back and be like, yes, see, I was brilliant. I didn't put my foot in my mouth. Anyway, um, but yeah, basically, I am a little concerned about what Israel is doing in Gaza. Uh, and I thought it'd be an interesting conversation to have because I don't know. I feel like we kind of assume how things are going to play out with the ground operation, and I'm here to tell you that it could actually be even worse than we imagine.
Oh. Okay.
All right. I mean, basically, like, isn't like most people's assumptions that Israel is just going to kind of roll in, kill whatever resistance they meet, carpet bomb a bunch. I don't know, like say under every refugee camp there's a tunnel or whatever, um, and eventually occupy Gaza, um, kind of destroy Hamas or whatever, and then try to figure it out from there. Because I think that's kind of the plan, quote unquote.
Mhm.
Because I don't know, Israel was a little bit rushed when it was starting out. They were planning to go on a ground operation really quickly, and then the United States was like, whoa, 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 wait up a minute. We don't know what Iran might do. We don't know what Hezbollah might do. Give it a little bit of time for us to bring over an aircraft carrier group to maybe deter them. I think even like with the quote unquote success of the attack that Hezbollah put forward, they everyone was caught flat-footed, including their allies, Iran and Hezbollah and the whatever other Iranian militias are in the surrounding countries.
You
So
smarmy
it has taken a little
cuck
bit of time for everybody to get prepared for what has gone down. However, what I've seen is that like Israel did like a mobilization. They called up reservists, and they've kind of split their army in a few chunks to cover all potential fronts. The Golan Heights, Sheba Farms are they called, like up north with fears of like Hezbollah coming in. And then they have planned to go in on Gaza City and destroy Hamas. But I feel like they might just make make it look like the first Battle of Grozny, if you know from the war in Chechnya.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah, the
you know about
flattening.
this?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, well, it's not just the flattening. It's that when Russia engaged in the war in Chechnya, they got federal troops that weren't exactly super duper trained. Put them in armor and armored personnel carriers. They had a massive advantage in technology, military equipment, but they rushed into an urban area and got shot to pieces. Lost hundreds of federal troops and eventually got to flattening the city. That didn't solve the problem. They had to disengage. They won the war in Chechnya the second time around. And I feel like Israel might end up doing kind of the same thing because Hezbollah has kind of prepared for this ground invasion. Not only have they expanded their tunnels over this many years, right, preparing for perhaps whatever Israel might do, an occupation of Gaza in the future. They have, the tunnel systems keep expanding. They keep collecting weapons. Islamist groups help smuggle in weapons from Sinai, basically because Egypt barely controls the Sinai Peninsula. It can't really deploy much of its military there. They're cartoonishly corrupt, inept, and like moneyless. So weapons flow into the Gaza Strip from Sinai. And as far as I'm aware, they've really expanded their capabilities of anti-tank weaponry. So that is, it will be ATGMs, anti-tank guided munitions, RPGs that have more modern warheads, stuff that enables them to fight armored vehicles, and of course, just carpet airstrikes from afar. Israel can do with little response from Hamas. Hamas can't really, I don't know. I mean, they can fire rockets into Israel, but they can't really destroy the Israeli military from afar. However, Israel can't destroy Hamas from afar either. They can, I don't know, kill a ton of civilians. They can really damage the infrastructure in Gaza, but they're not going to be able to destroy the tunnels. So going in, doing this ground invasion is their only option. And it is not easy because anytime they move further into an urban area, they'll have to deal with tunnels that are behind them all the time. They will never have a clear front line like you see in Ukraine. You're going to be having militants jumping out of basically every corner. It's pretty much impossible to go slow enough to clear out and be sure that all your rear is protected.
Yeah.
And it will take a substantial amount of soldiers to even move forward into Gaza. So far, the ground operation, if you check, for example, live UA map, they have an Israel-Palestine tab. What Israel has done is they have cut off, they basically went in and cut off Gaza City from the rest of the Strip. And they've also, in around the northern front, gotten into the Strip, but only nibbled at the edges of Gaza City. So they have lost quite a few casualties already, something like 50 of them, in the ground operation itself. And they haven't gotten to any of the hard parts. They haven't gotten into assaulting the really densely populated and densely built areas of Gaza City itself. The little strip of land they decided to use to cut off Gaza City from the rest of the Strip doesn't matter for Hamas because they have the tunnels. They can just move back and forth.
Yeah.
And what I'm expecting is that, like, we've already seen some really cartoonish scenes, like Russia in Mariupol tier, of Israeli soldiers huddling in holes surrounded by their own tanks and hoping that their active protection systems will save them. Seen pictures of Hamas militants jumping out of holes in the ground and placing improvised explosive devices on tanks by hand.
God.
That shit is ridiculous. It is not the performance of a competent military, and I feel like the IDF hasn't necessarily figured out not only the mistakes of the 2006 war with Hezbollah, but I feel like they have kind of I don't know, systemically undermined their security over the past few years. With all the fucking lunatics in the Israeli cabinet, Ben Gvir and all
Yeah.
these I mean, keep in mind right now, like the Israeli military may have its own leadership, but at the same time, the people who are responsible for allocating resources to training, to supporting, to wherever you send the soldiers to do certain things, they have been lunatics. So they support, all these settlements and have to protect the settlers in the West Bank. They have to. So the IDF is split between many fronts. They have a limited amount of very trained and well and professional soldiers that they may end up losing scores of in Gaza. And the truth is that, in my opinion, clearing Gaza City of Hamas is pretty much next to impossible to do, not only with the current troop level, but also without casualties that would be intolerable to Israel. It's not only the weird tunnel system, it's the fact that it's a very dense area with tons of civilians, with tons of anti-tank munitions, uh, tens of thousands of militants. Right? It's not a walk in the park, and I feel like people have prematurely assumed that oh yeah, of course Israel is going to just win, but the IDF is split, and there has been discussions of what to do with the tunnels, right? Because they say, okay, we're gonna flood them, or we're gonna put chemical weapons or whatever. That shit is fantasy. It's not gonna happen. What Israel has been doing is they've been sending in special ops teams that can deal with the tunnels pretty well, but special ops teams and like in every military, not just the IDF, they're often a very small like size of the overall military. They're a very small contingent, and even if you're the most effective soldier in the world, your units are gonna take casualties. They're going to need rest, and it's just not a scalable solution. There is hundreds of miles of tunnels, and I think that eventually, once they figure out that they can't just keep using the spec ops guys to do all of their work in the tunnels, they're
Mhm.
gonna have to end up sending in um, either like regulars who are going to get slaughtered. It's not just that it's just about what a regular soldier knows, and fighting in a tunnel like a tunnel rat in the Vietnam War. That's not. It's not the
Mhm.
same. It's something of a learned skill. It's something that you do need spec up guys for. So um, these guys are gonna die in large numbers to clear a few tunnels, and I think that like what's gonna end up happening is that the IDF is going to get stuck in an impossible situation in Gaza. They're going to eventually waffle like and not know what to do, and I think that it's a real possibility. I'm not telling you that this is going to happen for sure. Obviously, I don't know. They may end up actually winning, and defeating Hamas. I'm not going to pretend that I know everything that's going to happen, but I think that it is an overlooked possibility that they may end up having to pull out without successfully destroying Hamas. And I really do wonder, without destroying Hamas, how do they save face? Like, they
Yeah.
say they kill tens of thousands more Palestinian civilians. They have to eventually like do a ceasefire with Hamas and pull out of Gaza, because occupying Gaza is just not gonna be as easy as it was before they had all these weapons. What are they gonna do? Like I'm really confused as to what the end game here is for Israel, and I don't think the Americans are even convinced that Israel has a proper end game. It, like the occupation of Gaza is barely an end game in of itself. To me, it seems that the quote unquote end game was to make Gaza so unlivable and put enough pressure on Egypt to just move everybody out of Gaza, or at least as many people as possible out of Gaza and into the Sinai Desert, where they can fend for themselves. But I don't think that's a, I don't know, I don't think that's a real possibility, because, well, Egypt just doesn't control the Sinai Desert, and they're just never gonna open that border. I don't think any Egyptian administration survives opening that border.
Mhm.
If I'm frank with you, so I don't think they're gonna open it. I think that really the quote unquote easy option of getting the Palestinians out of Gaza, it's not an easy option, it's a non-option. And really the two options are three options. Let's say it's either Israel fails in their invasion, pulls out, it's either, or it's a very costly occupation that is just constantly um it's just constantly gonna cost tons of soldiers for the IDF, or they just keep flattening Gaza and killing people without particular plan in sight. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do.
Yeah, I've kind of had that without any of the military fucking knowledge, but it does feel like they don't really have much of a plan. Because it's always like I'd imagine any military decision like this that's just driven by some kind of freak event as well, uh, is always going to seem like it's not very rational, like it's not very calculated. I don't know.
No, and you know what also bothers me is this, like it does remind a little bit of from of the war on terror.
Mhm.
You know, like it's also the discussion of what people have been saying, like the Israeli plan is, or the solution is what they have been proposing. You know, it's like, yeah, we go in, we destroy Gaza, and not Gaza. Some people will say we go in, we destroy Gaza, but like most people will say we go in, we destroy Hamas, and then I don't know, things are better or something like that. And I feel like if Israel doesn't really fix the like underlying conditions that create or like
Yeah.
fuel Gaza, there's not going to be a, sorry, not Gaza, Hamas. There won't, there will never be a proper solution just through bombing. I feel like, you know, if you manage to fix the underlying conditions, give the Palestinians their rights and abilities, then you can go ahead and destroy Gaza because you don't have the thing that, you know, regenerates it.
Yeah.
But they won't do that. I can't imagine they will. So I feel like this whole invasion is not only a very risky but also a very pointless exercise. I feel like it's a part of it is to save face, to show strength, you know, to the Israeli people, because of that profound weakness that the Israeli security state found itself in early October. So I feel like there hasn't been enough thought put into it, and it might end up, you know, spiraling into a bigger conflict. Because right now, I don't know, did you watch the speech by Nasrallah?
No, that's on my
The
list after I talked to you. Yeah. Although my
Yeah.
impression was, so my prediction yesterday was he would ramble. He would probably be quite maybe vocally aggressive, like rhetorically, but he would never declare war. Most Lebanese people don't want a war. Yeah, I think it's just going to be like rhetoric, but I don't know.
Yeah,
Was I right?
so they so from what I understand, because of course I don't speak the language, what he did say is that they didn't know about the attacks that
Mhm.
they were going to take place, and they kept like a strategic ambiguity, kind of, we're watching the situation and we'll see what's going
Mhm.
to happen. So personally, I think that if the scenario of what I'm describing comes true, you know, that that like the IDF gets bogged down in Gaza, they lose a lot of people, they kill a bunch of Hamas dudes, but they can't really quite crack down and break the insurgency in Gaza. I feel like Hezbollah and all the Iranian groups may be willing to do some stuff of their own. Whether it will be probing attacks, whether it will be forcing Israel to even up its manning levels. It's not gonna be. It's not easy. I think even the Israelis have said, "Oh, we're preparing for a long war."
Yeah.
It is. They don't want a long war, though. I don't know why they're preparing for one, because they definitely don't want one. When, like, sure, the internet has been cut in Gaza, but pictures are gonna come out. There is no way pictures aren't gonna come out, and I don't think they're gonna make is the Israelis look good. Because what are the options here? you take some pictures with some Hamas stashes? Okay, who cares? What pictures are gonna come out and people are gonna care about is the, I don't know, tons of civilian casualties that are gonna be caused by this ground invasion. Because even if Israel and the IDF had the best intentions about civilian casualties, which I don't think they have demonstrated, right? I think that they're kind of callous about civilian casualties. They go in and they're like, hey, if a bunch of civilian dies, who cares? You know, I think that's the most of the attitude. It's like, okay, we're just gonna say it was like a Hamas base there. Good luck proving it. Good luck disproving it. Just leave us alone. I feel like with that attitude, going into Gaza for a ground invasion, it's gonna cause countless of civilian casualties, because I can't imagine the average Israeli soldier in Gaza like seeing somebody move on a window, or see some like,
Yeah.
I don't know, somebody like anything that potentially scares them, they're gonna shoot at. They're gonna call airstrikes on targets that are like ambiguous. They're gonna kill a lot of people. And I mean, even with the best intentions that we're gonna kill a lot of people, they're gonna kill a lot of people, I think, in Gaza. So I really don't see uh, what how that's going to help them on the international stage. I
Mm.
mean, I don't think Biden is happy with what's happening. It's a very, very poisonous topic for the American public. Uh, the Europeans are uneasy about it. I mean, heck, I saw a lot of anger from like the European left when did you remember when they posted the Israeli flag on the European Parliament?
Uh,
That shit was
well, I don't know what happened
wild.
after.
Yeah, that shit was wild. The European left was like had a collective what the fuck moment, because the EU is not supposed to take positions like this on a whim. It's not that kind of institution. It's not a state.
Yeah.
And it is the same with like I think some other European officials said that Ursula von der Leyen does not speak for the entirety of the EU. And it's not, of course, just the left. It's also that Europe is kind of overtaken by the far right, which is just, I think, poised to gain from this whole situation. As I think it's just like the Israelis are starting a spiral of like catastrophic violence that is going to be really hard to not only stop but recover from. That is my read of this whole situation.
Hmm. Yeah. I did have that worry right at the beginning that if Israel gets stuck in Gaza, that'll be like a really good opportunity for Iran and Hezbollah to get involved. And then I guess America still has strategic ambiguity over what to do in response to that, right? So,
Yeah, it's not just the Americans that perhaps don't want to, because what's the end game here? What, you just like kill kill Iranian militias around the Middle East, go on a wild goose hunt, or do you end up like I don't know, talking with Israel about potentially attacking Iran itself, or doing strikes against Iran? Like it can get really big. And beyond that, Israel has kind of backed itself into a corner by saying that, very clearly that Hezbollah's next. Like,
yeah.
why do they do that? So you say like you go into Gaza potentially getting yourself stuck in a like hopeless guerrilla fight in a gigantic like urban agglomeration, with a massive tunnel network, with thousands of militants that have tons of anti-tank weapons, and now you're gonna tell like one of the biggest stateless armies in the world, if not the
Hmm.
biggest, right?
Yeah, the
You tell
biggest,
them,
yeah.
listen, bros. After we get done, after we get unstuck from here, you're next. I don't know, like if they see you get stuck, if they see you struggling, why will they let the opportunity pass? You've kind of forced them into a situation where they want to open a second front, because it's either that or they end up getting the short end of the stick if you manage to win in Gaza. So I think Israel has thoroughly fucked itself with this whole situation. They're taking none of the steps to potentially make this better. They've absolutely like rhetorically put themselves in a bind where they have to both win in Gaza, whatever that means, like fucking, I don't know, and potentially have to fight Hezbollah afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
So what does even winning in Gaza look like? Apart from the fact that I don't believe it's just that straightforward. Okay, you win and then what? You occupy a territory that's like very hostile to you, that now has like thousands of anti-tank weapons and thousands of tunnels where insurgencies could brew. Jesus Christ. That's just such a nightmare, like from a military perspective, right? It's just not the kind of thing you want to be doing. And people won't greet them as liberators by any means. It doesn't matter how bad Hamas is for the local population, how unpopular Hamas is. If they're not gonna be as Israel's gonna be less popular.
Yeah.
They're gonna fund they're going to fuel extremism for generations to come if they do this. And also, what we have to consider is that the border with Egypt is really porous. Even though the Rafah crossing is closed, there are Hamas tunnels that lead into Sinai,
Egypt, yeah.
from where like other militant groups and other jihadists from other places can move in. I've even heard. I've even heard discussions that like certain hardened cadres were able to help Hamas guys with the planning of the initial attack. But I will say that I don't know as much about the like those kinds of movements, so I won't comment too much. I do have a friend that knows way more about it, and I spoke to him like a couple of days ago. I do have some. I do have a couple of people that I think you would genuinely have a fantastic discussion with, because I'm more of a, I don't know. Imagine like I'm more of a conventional armies kind of guy. You know, more of a war in Ukraine type of guy. I can tell you about that way better. I can make much bolder predictions about that. But I have a friend who was with he's a British Army a trainer, and he helped train Kurdish militias in YPG in Syria, and he was deployed in Syria, and he basically knows everything. That dude knows everything about every global insurgency, and holy shit, that could be a great discussion. And then of course my other friend James Griffin, who also just happens to know everything. But no, I can only say I think that's as much as I have. I think right now to say. I don't know what are your thoughts about this whole thing. I am a little doomer.
No, yeah, I mean, I was doomer before the October 7th happened, so now I'm just even more, much like a million times more. Like, I don't know what. So in your world, what's a good, what's a best case scenario? Where could this, where could this potentially lead us that would actually bring things forward in a positive way, if it even could?
Oh my god, a best case scenario
Yeah.
is I don't know, the IDF gets stuck in Gaza and Netanyahu gets deposed or something. And then eventually like a change of government allows Israel an opportunity, like a way out of this whole situation, where they can negotiate some kind of ceasefire, some kind of settlement that keeps this thing from spiraling out of control. But with Netanyahu in charge, with his neck on the line with this whole thing, with the promises he has made, I don't see him backing out. I don't see him like genuinely like taking a cautious and measured approach. I think the most likely scenario is that this turns into a colossal shit show from every imaginable outcome. Every imaginable likely outcome seems to me like a colossal shit show. That's what I think.
Well, yeah, because the entire essence of his whole career is security. So if the only way he can save that reputation, really, is if he wipes Hamas off the face of the earth.
Yeah, and I don't think he will be able to do that. Genuinely, I don't. Even if they manage to defeat the Hamas people in Gaza, they're gonna end up blending with the population and waging an insurgency. Like that's just I'm telling you, this is, if I can be sure of anything, it's that. It's that if they occupy Gaza, they're gonna drive recruitment for Hamas, and they're gonna fight an unconventional war. They're gonna fight an insurgency in Gaza. There is no universe where Netanyahu can go like and do like an aircraft mission accomplished speech like fucking Bush did. There's like anytime like Netanyahu may come out and say, yes, we have defeated Hamas, there's going to be a terror attack. There's going to be like immediately after. I literally do not see any way in which he comes out of this with like his head up high, and Israel comes out of it without their whole situation having deteriorated, without like their security having worsened. And this part, sure, like the October 7th situation, um, it is like an unimaginable tragedy, but every step that Israel has taken since has just made things worse. They haven't done something to make things better, to give themselves an out, to give the Palestinians some kind of hope for a future. All they've done is basically like shoot themselves in the foot
Yeah.
continuously. This is why I just have such a bad feeling about this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying. I'm just trying to keep my head above water with it, because it's pretty hopeless. I do
No,
think.
I can understand that. I can understand that. Honestly, what
Do you think there's any? Let's say Netanyahu succeeds and Hamas are gone. Is there any positive scenario after that?
so the question there would be, okay, what steps would Israel take to not see another Hamas get created?
Hmm.
And
They would never
somehow
they would never vote for someone who's going to do that at this point, right? They would
yeah,
vote for the
see,
kind of person who would just produce another Hamas,
exactly. That's what I think. It's the fact that, okay, so you've defeated Hamas, you've occupied Gaza, things are, let's say, quote unquote, kind of peaceful. What do you do after? Well, I see two options. One, you continue, you increase like a brutal like occupation regiment, like you make it you just make it as authoritarian as you can, try to crack down on any like movement, have curfews, just try to like as much as possible suppress an insurgency from coming out, which I think is what Netanyahu would do. Or you try to engage in reconciliation and try to give the Palestinians proper rights and initiate the peace process, return like the PLO into, not the PLO, the
PA.
what's it called, the is it the
The
PLO,
PA.
the PA, yeah, the PA back to Gaza. And you know what, I call me pessimistic, okay, but I just don't trust Netanyahu to do anything right
Yeah.
in this situation. I can trust him as far as I can throw him.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, don't know what to say. Just wait and see, I guess. Yeah.
I think kind of a last thing. What do you make of the online discussions about this whole situation? Because I think that um, uh, personally, I support, like the Palestinian cause and the liberation of the Palestinian people,
Mhm.
but I feel like a lot of people who care and support Palestine end up finding themselves having to deal with like a lot of not only misinformation but just fucking terrible people. Not only is there the Russia shills that like put out information about this war that is just worthless.
Yeah.
There's Islamists, there is nationalists from a bunch of Arab countries that also don't have the best policies in mind. Then there's like like wild Zionist propaganda accounts that also post wild shit.
Mhm.
And I feel like if you don't know enough, you end up in an impossible situation as someone who supports Palestine and wants to get informed about, what you should highlight. It just becomes so difficult, and I think that like it's just like poison. I mean, I have friends who like really care and post about Palestine, and they'll go and ask me, like, oh, is this normal? Is this person fine? Like, and it is just difficult. It is very, very difficult in my opinion. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little black pilled there too.
Yeah, there's nowhere good on the internet for this. It's all horseshit. Like all of it. It's just absolute fucking brain cancer. There are maybe like I can count on one hand the amount of creators who I would recommend to talk to, like listen to about this conflict. Everyone else is just a waste of human breath on this issue. So I don't know. Yeah, but what can you do, right? Can't really hold back the tide. Can only just speak
Yeah,
to the
and
audience you have, and yeah, fuck.
you can't even like no,
you can't stop talking about it, and of course nobody who really cares about this topic is going to stop, especially because it's not going to leave the headlines for the next few months, if not I don't know, longer. I'm
Yeah.
not going to be pessimistic, but I could see this clusterfuck lasting years. um yeah, so I think that like all you can really do is like um hopefully put out really measured information and not get into like mudslinging contests, because it's really hard. Like the moment you get like into these kinds of situations, it is it just becomes too difficult. I don't know, like I can't cope with it very well, and I can't imagine anybody else who cares about not letting the worst fucking people run this into the ground. Like I can't imagine they're having a good time.
No. No.
No. It was a pleasure, Mr. Box. It was a good time. Thank you for having me on. And yeah, if you feel like talking about Ukraine, which is something that I could probably also talk about, and what the future holds there, I can bring out my crystal ball, do some voodoo magic, and make my own like rants about that. And yeah, just let me know. You know how to reach me.
Yeah, sure. I remember Ukraine. Yeah. No, I
Yeah,
always learn something
Ukraine is
from you.
also
So
going on.
yeah. Well, I always learn something from you. So yeah, I'm sure I will
Oh,
soon
that's
enough.
very kind of you. That's very kind of you. Hopefully, people won't tear me apart in the comments. Hey, you know what? I'm too nice. People can't hate me. I'm too lovable. Anyway, have a good night.
All right, take care, bud. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
So, what's this? UN votes overwhelmingly to condemn the US economic embargo on Cuba for the 31st year. This is not news, is it? They do this every time. Yeah, for 31 years. He said like too much. I get the joke. Okay. I'd never. You'd never. Okay. This Nasrallah speech is fucking an hour and 20. This guy doesn't say like. This guy knows how to talk. Perhaps better than any other. Shall we check on Donovan? Oh yeah, I suppose we could. The thing is, my comment section... Oh yeah, it shows replies. Yeah, that's why he's always... Yeah, let's have a little catch up with old Donovan. Old Donny. Bro, I wonder, my video is like, it's performing better than the MLK one, but it's not performing as well as a lot of the other previous ones. I wonder if the clip chimpers actually worked. Who knows? Maybe I didn't lose any subscribers though. I didn't get like a negative day, so I don't know. Probably not that. I know people are going to get mad because the video is not as partisan as what most people would like. That's true. People think I'm both sidesing it, even though it's like I'm pretty sure I spent the most time shitting on Netanyahu compared to anyone else, but okay. You have a new one? I watched the MLK one. Yeah, I've got a Gaza one, the history of Gaza. Yeah. Who? You're live right now. I suppose I am. That's true. Make checking in on Donovan a regular segment. You know what else might be a regular thing is checking in on Katie's conversation with Destiny. Is that still going on?
That's military back from
Oh, it's a
conflict
different
in Yemen.
voice.
There was like growing unification between the Arab states in terms of military alliances, and Egyptian
What's he
generals
learning about
commanding
now?
said militaries, at least in Jordan, like, yeah, I think the pressures would have been felt that like all of these Arab countries are gearing up to destroy us, and if all of them unite in doing it, we're going to be
Are they
fucked.
debating
I
Six-Day
think that's
War?
a pretty fair. I guess I got to try to source that, but I imagine that's just like goes without saying that if every country around you wants to eliminate you and there's like 10 or 15 or 20 other countries involved in supplying them, you're probably not going to feel very good about that over a long period of time. Is that, or I could try to find a source.
Actually, let's just see how this one goes.
I mean, it seems kind of like
oh no,
plausible, like kind of like prima facie, but like, yeah, I don't know. I guess.
Oh no, Latin.
I guess I wouldn't make a strong judgment until I've like done more to
This is Mouthy Infidel.
go over like the
That's who this
factors
is.
that were playing into Israel's military capabilities and how those were increasing over time. And then the same thing with the Arab states.
I'm sorry, isn't it the case that Israel was militarily superior in large part because they just had more to fight for? Because for them, it was keeping their state alive. For the Arab states, I feel like, as far as I remember, which one was it? It was one of the leaders in Syria, Jordan, or Egypt. I think it might be Syria. Yeah, the Ba'ath Party was basically was it the Ba'ath Party in Syria as well as Iraq? Or hang on. I think it is, isn't it? Yeah. Were the Syrians not being rhetorically fucking crazy against Israel in the 60s and 50s? Was their reasoning for doing that not mostly because they were just trying to divert from domestic issues? Because they wanted to call themselves like the big liberators of the Middle East. But for them, I think it was a large way to distract from domestic issues. I don't think they were as obviously you're not going to be as invested as destroying the country next to you as the country next to you is as invested as surviving. Is that not a big part of it? As well as like, I guess, Czechoslovakia and shit. I don't know. Oh, what's this? Oh, I forgot to put a source in the video. Both. What, both? The Israelis had more to fight for, and also the Arab states were kind of drumming up their rhetoric more to distract from domestic issues. Rather than, yeah. That would make sense to me, right? And also support from the fucking Soviets and the Czechs. Although in the 60s, that wouldn't explain it as much because the Arab states were getting a lot of help from the Soviets at that point, weren't they? Because Israel wasn't getting that massively armed by America in the 60s, were they? I thought it was just because Israel was devoting a lot more fucking time to their military training and shit, weren't they? Because of like that they were practicing doing whatever you call them, rounds on their planes, so they could do like between 2 and 4 times as much as the Egyptians could, right? Oh fuck, hang on, red. That's what I thought anyway. Okay, I need to put a source in my fucking video. Ugh! Israel was getting armed by France. I thought arms from that part of the world had stopped later in the 50s. Maybe not France, though. Maybe not France. Let me put a link in my video description. Use the add one. ICRC. Um. That's a good source. I need to put that one in for sure. Uh, hmm. 1 second. Oh, this one. Okay. Do you think Lebanon would explode into civil if Hezbollah gets involved and Israel retaliated? I have no idea. Do I want to watch the whole Nasrallah speech? Apparently he just rambles and doesn't really say that much. France helped them get nukes. That would make sense. France began selling in 50s. Okay, yeah. But I'm just wondering when they stopped. I feel like they stopped at some point, and I feel like it would have something to do with the Suez Canal, but yeah. There's a summary of the speech in stream chat. Okay. Oh, this. Of course it was vague posting. This guy hasn't appeared in public for like over a decade, doesn't he? Yeah. Not nearly as much hype as their fucking hype videos. As their promo shots. But it's because the US took that major role from France. Okay. Can we watch the finger video again? No, wait. Wait. Have I missed any donos? Hang on, I think I might have. Oh yeah, Jane Socks, thanks for the $10. Full time. Wow, yeah, full time. We'll see, guys. We'll see. It's possible. It's not impossible, is it? We'll see what the editor fucking adds to the things. Okay. I wanted to react to the Ben Shapiro history as well, but maybe I'll do that tomorrow. The finger was the real weapon and threat. Yeah. Well, let's just see.
Border, and these civilian cars, they're very much clear that they only have civilians inside them with their belongings.
It might be fun. Who knows?
Yumna, as you're speaking, we're showing a still shot of the aftermath on that road, Al Rashid Road. It's difficult for us, of course, to show the entirety. All right, now we're going to have to go to Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah. He's speaking. Let's listen in.
Let's listen in.
The celebration, as we celebrate our fallen martyr, as we gather today to honor the memory of our fallen martyrs and renew our pledge to continue onto their path. Today we honor the memory of the fallen martyrs, the martyrs of the Islamic resistance in Lebanon, Hezbollah, the martyrs of the Lebanese factions fighting and resisting against the Israeli occupation, the fallen martyrs of Al-Qassam in Lebanon, Al-Quds Brigade martyrs in Lebanon, together with all the fallen civilian martyrs who were murdered at the hands.
Why would you hold the mug backwards? What, like this? Because if I hold it like this, the weight is like going on my wrist, whereas here, my whole arm is like, just the movement's easier. Why would you do this? This is weird. This is like much easier. What should I do? Just this. My big man hands. Fuck off.
of the Zionists, including journalists. I start by offering my deepest condolences to the families of the fallen here in Lebanon. We offer our condolences and at the same time congratulate you as your loved ones have won this honor, the honor of martyrdom. Many of you have lost loved ones, a father, a brother, or a son, and I pray to God Almighty to accept all our good deeds. We offer condolences and congratulations at the same time to all the families of the fallen martyrs in Gaza Strip, West Bank, and on every inch where our brave martyrs have fallen, including those of Al-Aqsa typhoon or Al-Aqsa floods that has extended on a number of fighting fronts. I will not delve much on this as we will celebrate the Martyrs' Day in a few days' time. However, I must reiterate that those fallen martyrs have won, and it is sufficient to go to our Holy Scripture, the Quran, to read what God Almighty said about them, and we are entitled to take pride in them, and we must remain firmly with certainty that they are rewarded with paradise, with all the rewards you never envisaged or heard of. As God says in the Holy Scripture, those killed in the cause to the
Is it
service.
just me, or is there a fuck ton of women here, or is it because they've segregated? Is it because there are men on one side and women on the other? Is that why? Because all I see here is women. Yeah. God damn it. I wonder what my family was thinking about all this.
Of the cause of God.
That's the women's side, yeah.
Will be rewarded with paradise as introduced to them. All believers, if you support and work for God's cause, you will be rewarded with victory. The same in Al-Imran Surah. Do not think those fallen to the service of cause of God are dead, yet they are alive, joyful with what they have been rewarded with, without fear or grief, abiding in God's blessings, that their good deeds were not wasted. So our fallen martyrs are not dead. They are alive, not in the judgment day where all the human beings will be resurrected.
He has a lot of women fans. Yeah, this guy's got riz. You can't take that away from him.
No, those fallen martyrs are now alive in God's paradise. Do not think they are dead. They are alive, but you feel not them. We congratulate all the fallen martyrs, the fighters, the civilians, the aggrieved, women, men, children, old and young. We congratulate them for this massive transition at the presence of God, paradise where there is no Israeli oppression or American hubris, no killing, no massacres, no pogroms, and from this firm conviction.
Okay, I actually hate this. I hate this. This is so... What?
Hamas to triumph. These
Oh,
are
he's
the
out.
two
Here we go.
short-term goals. We should not lose sight of these two goals. The first, to cease the war, cease the aggression.
They should have had Carantos translating, eh?
On the grounds of humanitarian, ethical, religious, lawful grounds, which are unquestionable. The second one is...
Fuck this. What a waste of time. Too much hype. All right. BBC has a breakdown. 15-minute. Okay.
Hello and welcome to Verified Live. Israel says its troops in Gaza are engaged in face-to-face combat with fighters from Hamas.
To be fair, like all the jihadi speeches are like that. Like, yeah.
The Israeli military says its troops have now completely encircled Gaza City in the north of the territory, almost 4 weeks since the start of this war. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has been back in Tel Aviv as Washington increases the pressure for a humanitarian pause.
Apparently, an Israeli minister said the speech was so boring you would have thought an IDF airstrike killed his speechwriter. Oh no.
Antony Blinken talked about Israel's right to defend itself, but also the need for concrete steps to minimize harm to civilians in Gaza. Meanwhile, the leader of Hezbollah, like Hamas, a prescribed terror organization, has spoken in Lebanon. Hassan Nasrallah praised the Hamas attacks and said the possibility of total war is realistic. One other important line to update you on, more foreign nationals have been getting out of Gaza at the Rafah crossing point into Egypt. 124 British nationals are on the list of people who are being allowed to leave. Well, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says more than 9,000 people have been killed in the Strip since October the 7th, after Hamas killed 1,400 people in the attacks in southern Israel. Well, we'll be covering all the latest developments here with my colleague, the BBC's chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and she joins us from Jerusalem. Lise, over to you.
Yes, and welcome back to Jerusalem. We had a few hours ago a split-screen moment here across the region with the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressing the press after his meetings with Israeli leaders, emphasizing how much the United States would do to assist in easing the suffering of Palestinians and working, he said, with the U.S.'s partners in the region to avoid an escalation. At the same time, the Lebanese leader, Hassan Nasrallah, making his first public speech since the war began after October the 7th, blaming the United States for what he said the crimes of the Gaza war, and as we've just heard, warning of the possibility of an all-out war. Well, let's look at those two top stories, starting with Antony Blinken. He spoke to the press after he met the Israeli President Isaac Herzog. He reaffirmed his solidarity with Israel, but he also mentioned his hopes for what is being described as a pause, a humanitarian pause in the fighting.
That was an important area of discussion today with Israeli leaders. How, when, and where these can be implemented, what work needs to happen, and what understandings must be reached. Now, we recognize this would take time to prepare and coordinate as well with international partners. A number of legitimate questions were raised in our discussions today, including how to use any period of pause to maximize the flow of humanitarian assistance, how to connect a pause to the release of hostages, how to ensure that Hamas doesn't use these pauses or arrangements to its own advantage. These are issues that we need to tackle urgently, and we believe they can be solved. We've agreed to have our teams continue to discuss practical solutions. I've instructed our Special Envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues, David Satterfield, who's been doing remarkable work here over the last couple of weeks, to continue these discussions. Ultimately, we believe this can be a critical mechanism for protecting civilians while enabling Israel to achieve its objectives of defeating Hamas.
Anthony Blinken emphasizing those issues of humanitarian aid, a possible pause. Those are issues which matter to Arab leaders across the region. And now that his talks in Israel have finished, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is heading to Jordan, where he will meet the Jordanian foreign minister. Jordan, of course, has already pulled its ambassador from Israel.
Okay.
Well, let's look at the other top speech this hour by the leader of the Iranian-backed Lebanese group Hezbollah. He delivered, Hassan Nasrallah, his first public speech in secret since the beginning of the Israel-Gaza war. It was a speech that was widely anticipated and quite a lot of concern that his address could inflame passions and fuel be a catalyst for a wider conflict. Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah said in his 90-minute speech, said the attack by Hamas, which, like Hezbollah, is a designated terror group by the British and American governments, was, in his words, right, wise and courageous and at the right time. But he emphasized that the battle was 100% Palestinian and it was for the Palestinian people and did not relate to any regional issues, in effect saying that pushing back against accusations that Iran, Hezbollah's closest ally, was behind what happened in Gaza. But the Hezbollah leader did warn of the possibility of all-out war was, in his words, realistic. We didn't broadcast that speech live, but we can bring you an excerpt. Let's take a listen.
Hey,
this is
highlights.
The first operation, which has been a historic point and blessed point. This was a Palestinian decision, 100% and supported by the Palestinians, 100%.
Jesus Christ.
Hassan Nasrallah
the BBC.
Across Lebanon today. Massive screens were set up for public viewing. Many would have watched that speech there. Let's go to southern Lebanon to join our Middle East correspondent.
Didn't Netanyahu talk about the importance of propping up Hamas, the terrorist org, even after they were Hamas? Yeah, he did. I spoke about it, yeah. He spoke about allowing Qatari money to reach Gaza. Even though they thought that they could administer it and make sure it was for humanitarian causes. It turns out that after October 7th, intelligence officials seem to believe that some of that funding went to arms. Well, not Israeli money, just Israel allowing Qatari money to go into Gaza. Yeah, because they thought that those humanitarian projects would, along with the work permits, would keep Hamas quiet. That's what they thought. It would help Hamas with their fucking local polling and shit. And apparently they just used the funding for weapons and they used the permits to gather intelligence within Israel. So it seems to be that's what they did. So yeah, Netanyahu did kind of, well, he didn't do the work permits though. That was Benny Gantz. But the funds, yeah, that was a Netanyahu thing, yeah.
Hugo Bachega. Hugo, I'm not sure whether you've had a chance to speak to people in Lebanon, what they made of this widely anticipated speech by Hassan Nasrallah. And the general assessment seems to be he didn't go as far.
Wasn't the expectation that the funds go to the terror attack? No. Even in the article from the Jerusalem Post, it's that he thought that the money would be under Israeli, under Israel's watch so that it wouldn't go to arms. That's what he thought. No, is like, again, this is where you get the comical conspiracy theory where Netanyahu actually wanted Israel to get attacked so that he could get more popular. It's not like that at all. No, that wasn't the expectation. No,
as many feared he would.
Yeah, I think, Liz, lots of people are relieved here in Lebanon tonight. So I'm here in Beirut. I was at one of those screenings that had been organized by Hezbollah, a screening in a southern suburb of Beirut, which is a stronghold of the group. And I think there have been these concerns that this violence along the Lebanon-Israel border could escalate and Lebanon could be dragged into this conflict. So I think to give you some other lines of what Hassan Nasrallah Nasrallah had to say. He said that all options are on the table. He also said that the only way to prevent a regional conflict
Strategic
is
ambiguity.
to stop the war in Gaza. But again, we didn't have any kind of indication, any announcement that Hezbollah is preparing a major escalation in this conflict, which is perhaps, positive news given the recent fighting that has been happening along this border. But again, I think he left open the possibility that Hezbollah could escalate its attacks against Israel. He said that this would depend on the situation in Gaza and also how Israel responds to what Hezbollah has been doing. But again, before this speech, there was a lot of concern here that Hezbollah could be planning an escalation of those cross-border attacks that we've seen over the last few weeks since this Israel-Hamas war started. But today, after this much anticipated speech, we haven't had any announcement that Hezbollah is preparing to escalate the situation along the border.
That has come as a huge relief to the people of Lebanon, as we've been reporting now almost since this war began, that they're mindful of how much they suffered in the last Lebanon-Israel war in 2006. So much, even in Beirut, was destroyed. And Hezbollah did suffer enormously too, even though Hassan Nasrallah mocked the United States and said, you're saying you're going to destroy Hamas now. Well, you said in 2006 you're going to destroy Hezbollah, and here we are.
Yeah. That's what I said.
Exactly, and over the last few weeks, I've spent a lot of time.
Who's she been watching anyway?
Traveling along the border, visiting some villages. Some of those villages that have been hit by those Israeli strikes in response to those Hezbollah attacks. So lots of people still remember the devastation brought by the 2006 war. But Lise, I think we've got to say that Hezbollah is now a much stronger force than it was in 2006. It has an estimated 150,000 rockets, including precision-guided missiles that can strike deep inside Israeli territory. It also has tens of thousands of fighters, many of them who fought in the civil war in Syria. So it is considered by Israel a much more formidable force than Hamas. So that's why I think there have been these concerns from the Israelis, from the Americans, many others, that the situation here could escalate and this could become another front in the conflict. I think what was also interesting in this speech by Hassan Nasrallah was that he said the group wouldn't be intimidated by those warnings from the Americans, from the Israelis, and that the group wouldn't be intimidated by those fleets, those ships that have been, warships that have been sent by the Americans to the region. So again, I think what Hezbollah is trying to do is to say that the situation can change, but today we haven't had that announcement that Hezbollah is planning a major escalation of the situation here.
Hugo Bachega, thank you very much for joining us. Yes, Hassan Nasrallah, a lot of defiant rhetoric against the United States, even using the phrase that has been used in Iran since the Iranian Revolution of 1979, that the United States is the great Satan. Let's get a bit more analysis of what the head of the Lebanese Islamist group had to say. A short time ago, I spoke to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, to ask about the statements emphasized by Hezbollah that the attacks carried out by Hamas in southern Israel on October the 7th were 100% Palestinian.
They know, because it's been made very clear to them both by Israel and the United States, that if Hezbollah gets involved, if it embarks on a full-scale war with Israel, which would be hugely damaging for Israel, it would be devastating for Lebanon. And Hezbollah is not just the most powerful military force in Lebanon. It's not just an Iranian allied and backed militia. It's a very it's a vital part of the Lebanese political scene. And a lot of Lebanese have been saying, please don't do this. Lebanon's economy is already in crisis. It pretty much collapsed 4 years ago. It's not in a good state. And Israel has made it very clear that if there is a full-scale war, at the moment there's a kind of low-grade skirmishing taking place on that border between Lebanon and Israel, that northern border of Israel. There are casualties on both sides. There's exchanges of fire but it's limited, it's calibrated, it's been carefully calibrated by Hezbollah to show their support for Hamas, but not to provoke Israel so much that they get a devastating response in return. But reading into that speech, I think the big subtext, the word that was missing that I didn't see, maybe you did, Iran. They're at great pains to say this Hamas attack on October the 7th, which they praised, which has been condemned by much of the world, certainly most of the Western world, but also by leaders such as in the UAE. They've made it clear that was a Palestinian operation. In other words, Iran wasn't behind it. There was a big suspicion in Israel and some other places that Iran had somehow given it its blessing and its backing. Iran has said, no, we approve of it, but we didn't do it.
Yes, very
I
interesting.
wonder if that's just, yeah, if that's just a way of saying don't bomb us, or because there would be no way of letting those other countries know without it potentially spilling out.
Using this
Nope.
phrase that the
I
Hamas
didn't do it.
attacks of October the 7th, which of course in his vocabulary describing them as glorious, a seismic earthquake.
I feel like as well, because people always expect these anti-Israel states to just have like this complete unison in their behavior, but that's not necessarily true. Even in the Six-Day War, I think Egypt got involved first after they were airstriked, and they lost their entire fucking air force. But Jordan didn't come in until a few days later, and I think Syria wasn't even involved until day 4 or 5. So, yeah, it's not like they just like all at the same time.
As he put it, was 100% Palestinian, but also, Frank, not just saying that this wasn't the doing of Iran, but saying that groups like Hezbollah, like the militias in Iraq and Syria and Yemen, also had their own leadership, that this was simply not the doings of Iran, to say don't make it look as though we are the puppets of Iran, which of course has been part of the dialogue surrounding this war, this concern that Iran will in effect turn the tap on with this so-called arc of resistance.
Yeah, I don't think many people will buy that, the disassociation of Iran from this, because Iran has been very heavily involved in spreading, partly through its Quds force, which is part of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. It's the external operation arm of the Revolutionary Guards, the Pastaran. It has been very effective in spreading its military influence right across the Middle East. So in Iraq, it's got what's called the popular, and when Arabs use the word popular, the actual Arabic word is sha'bi, which means peoples, rather than popular as in beloved. So the Popular Mobilization Forces is an Iranian allied militia in Iraq. There's them, there is Hezbollah in Lebanon, there are other groups in Syria, and then of course there's the Houthis in Yemen, who have recently been firing missiles towards Israel. They've all been shot down either by Israeli or US warships. But this is when people talk about regional escalation. There is the fear that various fires could be lit, perhaps fanned and encouraged from Tehran, but hard to actually trace their hand in it directly. That is surrounding Israel. Now, the big fear here is that if Hezbollah, and this is why this speech today was so important, I'm not seeing anything in it that says we're about to go to war. So there's, I think, a little bit of a relief there. But if Hezbollah was to fully join in a war together with Hamas, Israel would find itself fighting a war on two fronts. And quite possibly when the US says to Israel, we've got your back, that would mean the involvement of US warships offshore in the Mediterranean, probably using some of their firepower to hit Hezbollah.
Analysis of that first Hassan Nasrallah speech by our security correspondent around the world and across the United Kingdom. You're watching BBC News.
Okay, nice one. I wonder what they're saying about the tunnel warfare compared to how Richard Hanna is describing it. Gaza City is surrounded, new phase potentially. Let's see.
Israel's prime minister says the country's ground forces are now at the height of the battle as they make advances in the northern half of the Gaza Strip. This evening, the military announced that troops have now encircled Gaza City. It comes as the Jabalia refugee camp in northern Gaza has been hit by
that is quite interesting. Like how effective is surrounding a city when they can just go underneath you in the tunnels. Like shit.
Deadly Israeli airstrike for a third day running. Our international editor Jeremy Bowen has this report.
Tonight, Israel.
Destiny just rage quit for food after being baited by Matthew Infidel for like 2 hours, didn't even raid to you. Oh no. What were they talking about? Does Mouthy have arguments? I thought maybe I could talk to him. I don't know.
Israel says it has surrounded Gaza City. An army statement said that soldiers were attacking Hamas positions, places where it launches rockets and killing terrorists.
It's okay though, you know, the waiting room thing is kind of like it's an unofficial contract, you know. He can he doesn't need to thank me for my clout, you know? You understand?
Israel has increased the tempo of its ground war in Gaza. The army said its soldiers needed to be resilient in the coming weeks, and a ceasefire was not on the table. The troops
disproven by his own quotes. Oh god, those quotes are yeah, you got to be careful with your quote mining on those issues. I did do a bit of reading about the 6-Day War and how and what Israel was actually doing before and after it. Yeah, I think I'm kind of sticking to the line that like it's not like either side of the argument for when it comes to who the aggressor is necessarily false. It's definitely true that the Arab states around Israel were very aggressive and very rhetorically yikesy and obviously in practice quite yikesy. But it doesn't mean that Israel wasn't doing shit like poking around as well. Like Israel is, for as far as I can see, is they've always had this like just this drive to expand their borders just a little bit more, just to claim a little bit more here and there. Like I don't know if it came up in the debate about what they were doing in the demilitarized zone between Israel and Syria by crossing into there and expelling people after 1949. So I don't know. Tried to clip chimp a book. Oh no. Oh yeah, I saw the Finkelstein quote. Yeah, I don't go near that shit. Fuck that.
Troops have been visited by Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I call on the uninvolved. Get out. Get out.
Is this the idea that like they could have averted the war, but Israel was too trigger happy? Is that the whole thing? Is that the Finkelstein line? Probably the 6-Day War was not a war of no choice. That kind of thing. It's annoying because I've seen like there's very clear evidence of Israel misbehaving a lot between the 48 and 67 war. And then also the way that they did the annexation of East Jerusalem was just so blatantly like it was just colonial. It was just like we want this place, we're just going to take it and we're going to do it in a way that before the world even has the fucking chance to call us out on it. Like yeah.
Move south, because we will not quit our efforts to eliminate the Hamas terrorists.
Did I watch this already?
We will advance and win.
Yeah, I watched that already. Fuck, okay. They literally just walked in and moved everyone out. Well, the thing that I read was this long, long paper about the government meetings before doing it. Do you know, the 6-Day War started on June 5th, right? June 5th. Do you know what, and then it ended on June 10th. Do you know how long it took before the government was discussing taking over East Jerusalem and annexing it? Do you know what date they started discussing the annexation of East Jerusalem in the 6-Day War? As far as I know, I think it was June 5th, like on the day of the war starting. It might have been 6th, but they were right in there. Yeah, the government meeting on June 5th, when Menachem Begin was talking about freeing the old city. They were considering it might become internationalized, but then once they occupied it, they dropped that option completely. And then they were just like, and the way that they tried to keep it secret for a while, because they knew that the international community would go against them if they spoke about doing it publicly, it would look really bad. Yeah. They didn't want, they said, they kind of like shut it out of the press as well. And a lot of newspaper editors got really angry because they thought they were violating free press by pushing editors to keep it out of the story. they had to pressure other politicians to not sing the national anthem in the Knesset debate, which only lasted 3 hours, because the national anthem has the word Zion in it, which means Jerusalem. But then, even then, someone who opposed the annexation was called a traitor. Yeah, fuck. So yeah, they are a little bit colonial. You know, there's a bit of colonizer mindset going on there. Can't get away. Can't get away from the colonizer mindset, bro. Okay, what are we doing? What do you think about people saying the Palestinians rejected the 2008 accord? This is the one where Abbas wasn't allowed to take the map away with him to study it, right? Like he had to commit to something there and then. And then he just drew it on a napkin. That's I can maybe look into more detail if there's more nuance, but as far as I can tell, that was just like the peace process was done, and I think Hamas were in Gaza and they were just like, I guess they just thought fucking someone like Abbas would just take anything. Yeah, the fetus accords, the little drawing of the West Bank that looks like a fetus. All right. Shall I? You know what? No, I don't want to do it today. The Ben Shapiro video. Do I have enough knowledge for all of it? Do I? Do I? They wanted a demilitarized state, which Destiny said was understandable. Thoughts? I don't know if it was the kind of deal that would mean that they could militarize in the future, like after 20 years or whatever the fuck. I know that for Geneva, that was the big thing that Palestinians disapproved of. They had a list of all the parts of the accords that they had a problem with, and their sticking point, their big gripe was it wasn't right of return, it wasn't Jerusalem, it wasn't any of that shit, it was the demilitarized thing. So yeah, apparently it matters to them, who knows. Your Twitch link in your bio is dead. Why is it? I don't understand. Can't you just go to twitch.tv/lonerblog? I haven't been banned, have I? I haven't got any emails. Am I still there? Yeah, I'm still there. I'm still kicking. I'm still going strong. What point was the closest for success? I don't know. I don't know. I need to look back at all of that because I don't really maybe yeah. I want to just get more detail because I don't think I have enough right now. Let me see. If you want my Twitch for a Prime sub, you can just go there. That works. Okay, okay. Are you talking about the Oxford Shabibo video? No. It's his comprehensive history of Israel-Palestine. It says box loaner. What, for my Twitch? Oh no, that's stupid. Anyway, well, that's easy enough to fix. Okay, let's see. Where do I want to go? You're working really hard. Good job. Oh, I'm trying. Okay, shall I do it? Is my editor going to catch this? My potential editor. What is this? Why do I want to watch this? Reporter takes off his protective gear on air after learning his colleague has been killed. Okay. I don't want to watch that. What's the point in that? Why would I need to watch that? The one where he calls for a preemptive strike on Lebanon. What, Ben Shapiro? Oh, Ben. He's going back to it. Epic exchange. Ben Shapiro versus anti-Israel activists. Oh, no. Debating the unprepared again. Debating the untrained. Oh, no. Oh, okay. So, let's do it. Here's the truth about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A Comprehensive History by Ben Shapiro. Let's go. Ooh.
Alrighty, so today we're going to talk about the history of the Israeli-Palestinian Arab conflict. In order to discuss that history, we have to go back in time, like way, way back in time. First, this particular video is sponsored by our friends over at ExpressVPN.
Yeah.
The Jewish homeland has always been the dream in Israel. Okay, to understand how tiny this slot of land is, you kind of have to look at this map. Okay, so this tiny area right here covers Israel and actually some other countries. Okay, the entire map, if you were to zoom out and take a look at the Arab world, what you would see is this enormous swath of the globe, and then you would see like this tiny pinprick about half the size of New Jersey, and that constitutes...
It's always New Jersey. They always compare it to New Jersey. I guess it's just that's the one that fits exactly the in terms of size, yeah.
Modern-day Israel. It's a very, very small plot of land, and if you were to look at this area, like the narrowest part of the land is currently constituted, you'd be looking at about 9 miles wide right here. The Jewish history with regard to the land of Israel begins approximately 1300 BCE, before the birth of Christ. Moses leaves Egypt somewhere around 1300 BCE. There are various sort of attempts to date this. A little bit later in the century, Joshua enters the land. He crosses the Jordan River, right? So the Jewish people go out here, they pass through the Red Sea, they end up wandering around in the desert, and then they enter the land of Canaan, right, which is this whole area, by about 1000 BC.
See, I don't think that's... This is the claim I hear, but I'm pretty sure this idea that Jews came from, like, there were Jews in Egypt and went up to Israel, I'm pretty sure this is like the only source for this is the Bible. I'm pretty sure this is like a really unreliable fucking statement. So that's good. Okay. I guess no one really cares about the ancient history, so, yeah. Wow. Ben Shapiro. Okay, good start. 1 minute in. Okay.
CE, the kingdom of David is established. Jerusalem is the capital, right? This is the first that Jerusalem matters sort of in world history. Remember, still 1,000 years before Christ. By 957 BCE, the first temple of Solomon is built. It is built in Jerusalem. Now remember, this is still a good 1,600 years before the rise of Islam.
Isn't the Bible a historical document? It's not a very reliable one if it's the only source for a claim. You want to confirm things in the Bible from archaeology and other such things.
There's a lot of infighting among the Jews. There's a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. Those are two separate kingdoms. And you end up with ancient maps that look sort of like this, right? This ancient map is the kingdom of Israel, which was 10 of the tribes. And then you have the kingdom of Judah, which is the one that was governed by the Davidic line. The first exile that happens to
you notice that Gaza did become part of the kingdom of Israel for a brief period, but it generally wasn't. I think that's why... I wonder how much that informs Israeli policy. Like, I think even the Talmud doesn't put Gaza as part of the considered as part of Israel, even though they have been there and there has been a Jewish presence there. But yeah, I wonder how much that explains their actions there.
Jews happens in 722 BCE when the Assyrians rush in from the north. You can see the Assyrian Empire at the top of this map. They rush in from the north. Then there's another exile that takes place in 586 BCE. This is the Babylonian exile. So from way the hell out here on this map, the Babylonians come in, they conquer the land, and they destroy the first temple. In 515 BCE, there's this great return from Babylonia, and the second temple is built. In 63 BCE, the Romans take over. So Pompey, at that point, not the emperor, but just a general, takes over the area, and Judea becomes a vassal state. And Judea remains a vassal state of the Roman Empire, basically through the end of an independent Jewish kingdom. It's called Judea at this point. It is not called Israel. 70 CE is the destruction of Jerusalem. There's a Jewish revolt against the Roman government because of bad administrative practices and because of infighting and because of a crackdown on religious practice, and Jerusalem is destroyed. And not only is Jerusalem destroyed, the Second Temple is destroyed at the time as well. 130 to 136 CE, there is a massive revolt by the Jews under a general named Shimon Bar Kokhba, Simon Bar Kokhba.
I wonder if he's going to try to make the claim that they renamed it to Palestine to shit on the Jews. I wonder.
The Bar Kokhba revolt was extremely damaging to the Roman Empire. They had to expend extraordinary resources in order to stop the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is why it was almost an independent kingdom for a solid 4 or 5 years there. They renamed the area Palestine as an insult to the Jews. That's why it was named Palestine.
See, I've heard this, but I don't think there's actually a direct source for this happening, because it seems to be the case that there were people calling this area Syria or Palestina or Cyprus. Like, I think people were calling it that beforehand. Like, they definitely, I think this is Herodotus, who I think was way before, I think he was BC as far as I remember. Yeah, but definitely before Bar Kokhba. But he referred to it as the whole of Phoenicia and that part of Syria, which is called Palestine, because it was like Syria, Palestina was this kind of area around here. So I don't know, because the fact that there's still contention over it is kind of weird, but I guess people who are pro-Israel just like it because it's a talking point, like, oh, Palestine's a colonial name, right? Yeah. I think under the Romans you have this, right? Like Syria, Palestina. But I feel like the word Palestine is derived from the Philistines. I know that, who were there way long ago. They were there like 1000 something BC. But I know that's not settled history as far as I know.
So when people say historic Palestine, understand.
Yeah, 400 BC, and Bar Kokhba is what, like 100 AD? Like, yeah, way before Rome. Yeah.
That the existence of Palestine was meant as a name, as an insult to the Jews, who were considered the historic inhabitants of the land, and it is first used in 136 CE, a solid 1,200 years after the Jews.
See, that's not true, is it? 136 CE. Yeah, that's not true, is it? Because, where did I put it? Did I lose it already? No. Yeah, because this is Herodotus, who was BC. I'm almost sure. Wait, hang on. Don't be stupid, Learnerbox, okay? I don't know that much about this part of history. 484 BC. All quotes from Herodotus, yeah. Which is called Palestine. So, yeah, okay. Damn.
First to enter the land at a minimum. Now, finally, we get to the founding of Islam. So Islam finally is founded around the 7th century CE. Arabs take over this land in about 636 CE. In 1099, the Crusaders decide that they are going to take back the land. And from 1099 to 1291, the Crusaders are fighting battles with the Islamic world and establish rule inside Jerusalem and inside Israel. In 1291, the Crusaders are defeated, and a Muslim group called the Mamluks take over. They rule for a couple of hundred years. In 1517, the Ottoman Empire, another Muslim empire, takes over the entire area. Now, understand, since the destruction of the Kingdom of Judea, there has not been a single independent state called Palestine set up any time in here. It has always just been a territory of an outlying empire, and pretty sparsely populated, actually, because there wasn't a lot there, as it turns out. The Ottoman Empire, this entire time from 1517 to 1918, till the end of World War I, during that time...
I've never understood this argument that because there was no state, that still shouldn't mean the people who lived there didn't have rights, but... Yeah.
They really didn't want you settling in the land, and so they had barred Jewish land purchase. You actually could not buy land in this area if you were Jewish. Jews started to make sort of backdoor deals with local Arabs to buy their land, and so you start seeing Jews trying to escape various places from which they've been exiled for, thousands of years, back to the Holy Land. There was a constant Jewish presence here. Throughout all of these exiles, there's never no presence of Jews in, for example, Hebron or in Jerusalem or in various areas of the Holy Land. But the first major aliyah, which is termed the aliyah in Hebrew, that means to go up, right? Because there's a spiritual rising that takes place when you go to the Holy Land. The first aliyah is around 1882. It's late 19th century, and it's mostly Russians attempting to escape pogroms that are happening in Russia. By 1897, the Zionist movement begins, and this is the idea that there's going to be an independent Jewish state in Israel. It is launched by Theodor Herzl. He's the founder of the World Zionist Organization. He is not a particularly religious Jew. He launched this after the Dreyfus Affair. The Dreyfus Affair was this famous affair in France in which there was a member of the French army who was Jewish. He was falsely accused of spying for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It unleashed this giant wave of anti-Semitism. He was basically condemned despite evidence because of the anti-Semitism, and Herzl decided, well, anti-Semitism is too strong a threat. The Jews need some homeland to call their own. In 1917, Britain declares the Balfour Declaration. This says there will be a Jewish homeland in the area of Israel. The amount of land that was promised to
I wonder if he's also going to say that when the Arabs were helping the British in World War I to fuck the Ottomans up this way, to hit the Germany and Austro-Hungary and the Ottomans in their weakest point, which was the Ottomans, that they also promised the Arab leaders a state in Palestine. I wonder.
Jews was actually not just what is labeled Israel here, but also Jordan, which at this time was called Transjordan, which makes some sense in the sense that the Arab states around it.
And then what was it, like the Sykes-Picot Agreement, where the English and French guy basically tried to divide it up into two, like this whole area up into two slots so that they could call it, like, so they could administer both of them after the war. Yeah. I guess he doesn't want people to know that these promises were made on both sides. Yeah.
Going to be Egypt, is going to be
just so the British could win a war, basically. They promised it to the Arabs because they knew that the Arabs could fight the Ottomans, and they had a good incentive to as well. So that makes sense. Do you know why, in part, that they promised Jews the same thing? It's because Balfour was kind of anti-Semitic, and he thought Jews were a lot more powerful than they actually were. He thought that if he promised this land to Jews, and the other people around him, as David Lloyd George especially, they thought that Jewish people could use their international finance powers to to defeat Germany and the Ottomans for them. Yeah. So they kind of, like, the Balfour Declaration was in part born out of anti-Semitism.
Saudi Arabia, it was going to be Syria, it was going to be Lebanon. There are a bevy of Arab states that surround this entire region. In 1920, there are Arab pogroms against Jews in Jerusalem. So when people say that there was no conflict between Arabs and Jews until the creation of the State of Israel, that's just a lie. It's not true at all. There were major Arab pogroms against Jews in Jerusalem because Jews wanted to commit the great sin of praying at the Western Wall. This, of course, was not allowed.
Well, I think there was, again, these pogroms were inexcusable. I think when people say there was peaceful relations between Jews and Arabs in the Ottoman Empire, like, they lived side by side for a long time. The Ottoman Empire was not very nice to Jews. It was very rough on Jewish people, but the civilians did live amongst each other for quite a while, like for hundreds of thousands of years. Like, they lived together for a long time. The reason there was a lot of unrest at this point was because the Arabs realized that they were not necessarily going to get the nation they were promised. They were occupied by Britain, and the British started letting a lot of Jews arrive in historic Palestine without any consultation from the locals. And what the Jews were doing when they were there, like the early Zionists, was they were buying up land that was owned by foreign landowners. And the people who, a lot of that land included houses that was lived on by tenant farmers, by people who were working the land for these landowners. And when the Jews bought up those tenant farms, they basically would instill rules to say that only Jews can work here because they wanted to establish a presence. So the people who worked there were just kicked out, which is not a very, you wouldn't accept that in the modern world, I think. And if it happens to you at the time in the 40s, after you've been promised self-determination, what you get is people from outside coming and buying up the house that you live in and then kicking you out. Yeah, you're probably going to be a bit angry. That's why I don't think I know there were pogroms in Syria in the 1800s, late 1800s. I don't know if there were pogroms in Palestine before 1917, like how much anti-Semitic violence there was from the Arab population. I don't know.
In 1922, this is post-World War I now, the British are given a mandate over the area of Palestine. They start walking back the promises of the Balfour Declaration. And the Brits separate off Transjordan, and they call it Jordan, and they say that's going to go to the Arabs. In 1929, there's another major riot. That's
interesting he says that they walk back the promises. But he hasn't mentioned that they walked back any of the promises to the Arabs. So I guess he seems like it's reasonable for Jews to be frustrated at the walkbacks, but not, okay.
Anti-Jewish riot in Hebron, or Hebron. The British, in response to all of this violence and all of this rioting, they decide they're going to just continually attempt to appease the Arab population in British Mandate Palestine. So they begin restricting land transfers to Jews. In 1937...
Yeah, because the land transfers were also evicting people. Yeah, okay. I think that one's probably reasonable. They also, it's right, they also moved a lot of Jews out of particular parts. They moved all the Jews out of Gaza at that point. And they moved the Jews out of Hebron and a few other places where there was like a lot of danger. Yeah. The Hebron massacre was really gross. Like if you look at the details of it, it's very visceral, like very gory kind of killing of men, women, and children. Yeah.
Appeal Commission suggests a partition plan with control by the British retained of Tel Aviv and Jaffa and Jerusalem. And there would be like a small sliver of land Israel would get, but it would be pretty divided. It'd be like this little land here, maybe a little bit up here, and then most of the Negev, which is basically just an empty desert. By this point, Jews have been moving to Palestine in increasing numbers because anti-Semitism in Europe is getting worse, but also because there's this nascent labor and Zionist movement, and they're really making the agricultural areas flourish again. Economic growth in this region at this time is because Jews were moving in and they were bringing their resources with them. They were bringing their know-how with them, and they were working the land. And this was driving more Arab immigration to the land also, because economic activity always drives population movements. In 1939, under Arab pressure, the Brits restrict Jewish immigration to 75,000 Jews per year. The Jews are saying, listen, we have...
now he's going to talk about Irgun and Leahy and their terror attacks, isn't he? Surely.
Like millions of people who want to move here. And the Brits say, we're not doing that, 75,000 per year, because we have to get along with the Arab population. This is just before the Holocaust, obviously. And the Arabs reject this. The Arabs are very angry about this. They continue to launch low-level attacks on the British. They continue to attack Jewish populations. World War II breaks out. The Jews, including Jews who were heavily pushing the British to establish a Jewish state and to lift restrictions on Jewish immigration into British Mandate Palestine, they side with the Brits, right? They form their own divisions. They're trying to help the British. What they say is that we fight for Jewish immigration to Palestine as though there were no Germans, and we fight the Germans as if there were no British, right? That's the way the Jews see it in British Mandate Palestine. They're attempting to negotiate. The Arabs side with Hitler. Okay, during World War II, you have Hajmin al-Husseini. He is the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, one of the Palestinian leaders at the time, the Arab leaders at the time, and he was literally meeting with Hitler, attempting to encourage Hitler to establish a final solution in the Holy Land should the Germans be able to conquer that area, which the Germans came pretty close.
I don't think I've ever heard him make that claim before. That's the Netanyahu claim. So so what he said there was almost true. Al-Husseini was a bad guy. He's a very bad leader. I think you can summarize this whole British Mandate era to say that I think the Arabs had a better case. Their case was that they'd lived there for hundreds of years, thousands of years, and they were the ones who lived there. They were the ones who helped the British fight off the Ottomans, and they were promised the state in return. I feel like that was the strongest case, because the alternative, like to appease the Jewish claim, would be to remove the Arabs. So they had a strong case, but they had the worst advocates. All of their leaders, like Al-Husseini, were established, like their rule was established through a very old school feudal system where they were not particularly representative of public opinion, and there wasn't really any meritocracy, whereas the Jews had a less convincing case, but they had like world-class advocates because it was meritocratic. It was like a modern movement for the time. I think that's a good way to summarize it. The thing with saying that, what did he say about Al-Husseini? Let me double check.
And you had
I don't want to
solution in the Holy leaders at the time, and he was literally meeting with Hitler, attempting to encourage Hitler to establish a final solution in the Holy Land should the Germans be able to conquer that area.
This talking point is so gross. Like trying to encourage Hitler to do a final solution. This is like, because I know he's referring to here. He's referring to the Bibi claim that that Al-Husseini actually was convincing Hitler to do the Holocaust. And actually Hitler didn't want to do the Holocaust before Al-Husseini convinced him. Husseini claimed that in a biography. Yeah, Husseini's a liar. Sorry. The dates don't match up. Husseini was not convincing Hitler to do the Holocaust. He was he wasn't encouraging Hitler. Hitler was already doing the Holocaust, and Husseini was basically affirming that position and saying he agreed with it. Netanyahu just makes it like he does it. It's not like you can take it out of context. It's just very clear dishonesty.
Other attacks on the Jewish community in 1920 and 1929, were instigated by a call of the Mufti of Jerusalem, Haj Amin al-Husseini, who was later sought for war crimes in the Nuremberg trials because he had a central role in fomenting the final solution. He flew to Berlin. Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. You said, burn them.
So he's saying that Hitler didn't want to exterminate them at the time, he wanted to expel them. But this meeting happened in November 1941. The final solution was already in place in June, in the summer. Like, the Babin Yar massacre had already happened. The Einsatzgruppen were already storming through Eastern Europe, fucking gunning down Jews in the tens of thousands. Hitler had already made up his mind. He did, like, believe it or not, Hitler doesn't need to be convinced by a fucking brown person to kill Jews, okay? It's so gross, yeah.
Area, which the Germans came pretty close.
It's Holocaust revisionism. I don't think there should be a problem with calling it that, because that's what they're doing. It's revising the narrative of the Holocaust in a way that is dishonest, and it's in aid of a particular political goal to push a political narrative. Yeah.
You had Rommel literally in Egypt, right? Rommel was over here. Okay, so fast forward, you're now after World War II. Still, the British...
Ben is not technically right, though, because Ben said he was trying to encourage Hitler to do a Holocaust. He wasn't trying to encourage him. He was just kind of saying that, like, he agreed with what was already happening. Benjamin now, he says it in a lot more, like, a clearly dishonest way, but I don't know. I think both Bens here are not doing great on that point.
British mandate is limiting the amount of Jewish immigration into British Mandate Palestine because they're attempting to keep this
Wannsee was 1942. But again, the Nazis came up with Wannsee and the gas chambers, again, on their own, because the death squads were not working. Because one of the big reasons the death squads weren't working was because it was expensive, but also because it was traumatizing the soldiers. A lot of the soldiers were just refusing to do it, and they were having breakdowns and shit. So that's why they developed this more industrial system where it was a lot more depersonalized and it was faster and more efficient. Yeah, and then they experimented with like truck exhausts, like in Treblinka, and then they eventually figured out like Zyklon B was the way to. Yeah, again. Didn't need much persuasion from a brown person.
Conflict between the Jews and the Arabs simmering at a lower level. Okay, 1947, there's a UN partition plan because now the British mandate in Palestine, they want to end it. They want to withdraw. They don't want to be there anymore. So the UN says, okay, we're going to vote on a partition plan. It retains Jerusalem as internationally governed.
Whoosh.
Okay, so it would not have been Jewish territory or Arab territory. It would have been internationally governed. It's just this fragmented, ridiculous state. Okay, the state for the Jews would have been like a slice here, a little bit of a slice of the coastal area here, and then the Negev desert down here. The Jews are like, give us whatever you got, right? Whatever you're going to give us, we will take. The Arabs instead decide that they're going to launch a bunch of low-level conflicts. So there's this kind of low-level, quiet.
So he's not going to mention here that the Arabs, after a lot of them had lost their homes, that had been kicked out of their homes, that the Jews at the time only made up 2/3 of the population and only owned 6% of the land. And this partition plan guarantees them 55% of the land. Yeah, I don't know. I guess he's not going to mention any of that. Like the dissatisfaction was a bit understandable, I think. And also, it's a bit dishonest, I think, to assume that Jews were just going to be happy with the partition borders. That's why people like Ben and like Ben Shapiro will even say that the partition plan was ridiculous because, again, like the Zionists, they wanted more, and they knew that if they could use fighting, they would use it to get more, which they did. So.
War that's going on for about a year with Arabs attacking Jewish settlements and attempting to kill Jews and Jews attempting to defend themselves. May 14th, 1940.
That's 47. Just Jews attempting to defend themselves. So we completely skipped over Ergun and Leahy. Okay. Is he going to talk about the Nakba, I wonder?
The British mandate officially ends. Israel declares its independence. Right? This is Yom HaAtzmaut, or as the Arabs like to call it, the Nakba. Right? They call it a disaster that Israel was established. The leader of Israel.
Bro! Normally, people like Ben would just ignore it Or they would try to say that they fled because the Arabs told them to. Oh, what a fucking slime. That's why they call it the Nakba, not because there were, even again before Israel declares independence, because there were massacres in several villages, because there were direct orders given to the IDF, to the newly formed IDF or the Haganah before them, to shift people out of their villages, to blow up their houses, and also to make sure that they couldn't come back. Damn. They called it the Nakba because they were anti-Semitic. How can you gloss over it like that? Just... Wow. Damn, Ben. Bruh.
This time is David Ben-Gurion. Ben-Gurion is no right-winger. He's no hardcore right-winger. Ben-Gurion was a labor socialist. Ben-Gurion was very much in favor of a wide variety of negotiations. He was quite anti-religious in sort of his own persona, but he understood the necessity of there being a Jewish state. In their founding documents, they asked...
Okay. I don't know if we can go through all the notes that we took on, like, the fact that this is even according to Benny Morris's research, that yeah, from this, when he debunks like an old school pro-Israel person on 1948, and all these quotes from Ben Gurion about how if there's a war in many parts of the country, new Jewish settlement will not be possible unless there is a transfer of the Arab peasantry. I support compulsory transfer. I don't see in it anything immoral. Very socialist take. Chaim Weizmann, this was one of the original Zionists who went all around Europe, I think, to try and get support for his movement. If 500,000 Arabs could be transferred, 2 million Jews could be put in their place. That, of course, would be a first installment. This is in 41. They're thinking about this pretty far ahead of time.
Ask the Arabs to stay. If you read the Declaration of Independence of the State of Israel, they explicitly say, we want to be a state for all of our citizens. Yes, we're a Jewish state, but we want Arabs to stay. We want them to become citizens. Instead...
Again, when is the Israeli Declaration of Independence? '14th of May. So 4 days after... no way, sorry. It's like, is it 4 days? When was the finalizing of Plan Daly, the first operation? March 48. Yeah, just after they've put in place a plan to basically fuck the Arabs out of their villages. And even in the south, there were still operations where they were basically airstriking these villages that didn't have anything that could actually, like no shelters or anything, so people had to flee there. And by then, everyone knew that there were massacres. They weren't going to take that chance. So it's not like, even if they flee knowing that the soldiers are coming, that's like one of the weird points as well, is that we know there were massacres. We know that there were people who were directly told to leave at gunpoint and that their houses blown up afterwards. And then we also know that another group of people left because they knew what was about those first two things happening. And I still count that as forced. I think if you are in a village, and a village 2 miles down the road, because again, it's a small region, 2 miles down the road has just been either massacred or people have been forced out at gunpoint, you're going to leave as well. You are still forced out at that point, especially if you know that they're advancing, which they did. And again, even Plan Daly goes like a little bit beyond the 47 borders, like these parts up here. So like the partition plan. So yeah, they were intending to take as much as they could. I don't think it was all directly on the borders, but
all of the surrounding Arab countries declare war. Israel is surrounded on every side.
Also, yeah, so that declaration, like, just, it didn't, even if it was legally binding, I don't think it was. Yeah, I just don't, like their actions probably speak a bit louder than the words in their Declaration of Independence. I think there are some exceptions. Like I think in Haifa, they asked the citizens to stay after winning the battle, but they left anyway. But that was even pro-Israel historians will admit that those events were rarities. That was not the norm. The norm was that they were forced out. And there were maybe like 6 villages where they had radio broadcasts from Arab leaders telling them to leave.
Hostile states. Every single side, right? So you got Lebanon up north, you got Syria here, you got Jordan, you got Saudi Arabia, you got Egypt down here. And then there are a bunch of far-flung states that are also getting involved, right? Morocco was part of the 1948 war. You have a bunch of states that have decided they are going to invade and they are going to destroy Israel. Like they're just going to strangle it in the crib. And they're openly saying this. And not only are they openly saying this, they're telling the Arabs who are living in the Jewish areas, get out and get out of the way so our armies can come in and we can wipe the state off the map. Well, that's not how it ends up, right? The way that it ends up is that the Jews end up basically retaining pretty much everything that's on this map, with the exception of the old city of Jerusalem, right? So Jerusalem ends up basically split down the middle. Jerusalem is not controlled.
Like a fetus in the womb. It's just like, and I guess he's not going to mention that Jordan and Israel are operating in secret together as well. So Jordan can get the West Bank and Israel can get like their end of things. Because neither of them want to live next to a Palestinian state.
Controlled by the Jews at this point. The Temple Mount is still controlled by the Jordanians. The way that people speak about this particular period is as if there was a Palestinian state at this point. There was not. By 1964, the Arab states have decided that they need almost a propaganda effort here. So they create the Palestine Liberation Organization. The Palestine Liberation Organization is a terrorist group. It explicitly calls for the destruction of Israel. Now you will note, at this point, Israel does not control any of this or any of this. So when they say Palestine Liberation Organization, they mean this whole thing, right? That whole thing is supposed to go away because Israel doesn't even control that at that point. And they're not calling for Palestine to be liberated from Jordan or from Egypt. They're calling for the complete destruction of the state of Israel.
And the PLO were pretty crazy in the 60s. Like. But again, the problem is that you've just created a refugee problem of 700,000 people just living in camps. And what else are they going to do? And then eventually some of them just realize, like, they know full well that their old houses are just like a walk away, like a couple of hours walk away, and they can't go there because Israel's not letting them back. Yeah, it's a pretty kind of like a breeding ground for radicalization, you know?
Okay, so in 1967, the Arabs mobilized for all-out war. And this includes Egypt, it includes Jordan, it includes Saudi, it includes Syria. This is going to be the big war where they finally get rid of this nascent Jewish state that is less than 20 years old, right?
How did you describe that?
Arabs mobilized for all-out war. And this includes Egypt, it includes Jordan, it includes Saudi, it includes Syria. This is going to be the big war where they finally get rid of this nascent Jewish state that is less than 20 years old, right? And this is just less than 3 decades after the...
How much did it include Saudi? I guess he didn't. He said they started mobilizing, so he doesn't say that that Israel was attacked. That's smart, because that would just be a lie. Yeah, it's going to talk about the preemptive shit. I guess he's not going to talk about how Israel was like pushing past the demilitarized zone here and pushing people out, like Syrians, out of their places as well. I don't think he's going to mention that, is he?
Holocaust. And Israel instead launches...
Oh yeah, someone said there's no Jordanian flag. Because I guess I've heard him on Twitter a while ago saying that he wanted the Palestinian state should just be Jordan. Yeah. Because I guess he believes that the West Bank all belongs to Israel as well.
Right? And this is just less than 3 decades after the Holocaust. And Israel instead launches a preemptive war. They see this coming. They destroy the entire Egyptian Air Force on the ground. And in 6 days, they proceed to take the Golan Heights, which is this area of Syria. Israel takes over the entire Sinai Desert, takes all of Judea and Samaria to the Jordan River, takes all of the Gaza Strip, takes control of the old city of Jerusalem. Right? They do all of this in 6 days, which is why it's considered a miracle by the state of Israel. I mean, it's an unbelievable military performance. So in 6 days, they take what was going to be the war for their destruction, and they proceed to expand their borders from this tiny thing to this, and all of this. Israel then proceeds to give up all...
He looks so happy there. Did you see that?
...their borders from this tiny thing to this, and all of this.
Oh, fuck, I missed it. It's so quick.
their destruction. They proceed to expand their borders from this tiny thing to this, and all of this.
Look at him. He's so happy.
Israel.
He loves a bit of conquest, you know? And again, jihadi box, no one cared. Fuck off.
And proceeds to give up like all of it, right? So Israel keeps the Golan Heights because that's a military necessity. The UN calls for Israel to withdraw from occupied territory.
Again, also in part because as soon as they took the Golan Heights, a bunch of farmers and settlers were ramming in there to try and use up the fertile soil and just to establish a presence there.
Territories. Now, the language here matters if you care about the UN. I don't happen to care about the UN. I think it's a garbage organization. But if you do care about the UN, there's a resolution put forward by the UN Security Council. It calls for Israel to withdraw from occupied territories, not the occupied territories. Now, that makes a difference because if it said the occupied territories, presumably it would mean anything Israel won, it would have to withdraw from if you care about the UN, which you really shouldn't. But it says occupied territories, which means subject to negotiations. The 67 Arab League.
No, he's just a colonialist. He's like, yeah, fuck the UN. We're just going to keep it. Yeah, because that's what I guess that's what Israel did. They annexed East Jerusalem before the international community even had a chance to stop them from doing it. Before they had a chance to condemn it. They made sure to censor it in the press before they did it. They made sure to keep the government meetings down. They tried to make the Knesset debate really fast and low key. Yeah, because even America didn't approve of that.
Summit happens. And they agree in Khartoum, Sudan, on the 3 no's. No peace, no recognition, no negotiations. And these are the 3 no's that are going to govern the Arabs all the way through. Basically until now, until the Abraham Accords. These were the 3 no's that mattered. And this is all the way in 1967. So whenever people talk about there needs to be a 2-state solution, why couldn't they have come to an agreement? Because literally one side said there will be no peace, no recognition, and no negotiations. One side has accepted every single peace deal provided to it to this point in time. And one side has said we will not accept any peace deal.
That is not necessarily true. We just read about it today in 51 when they were going past the armistice lines between Israel and Syria throughout the late 40s and early 50s. And when it came to the West Bank and Gaza, they straight from 67 onwards, settlers started moving in, where it made peace deals, which means peace deals are harder and harder to achieve, unless you're planning to one day take it all for yourself.
And yet somehow there's a moral equivalency between the two sides. Explain that one. Okay, 73. Holiest day of the Jewish calendar, Yom Kippur, everybody is fasting, everybody is praying, and a surprise attack is launched on the state of Israel. The prime minister is Golda Meir. She gets caught completely by surprise. They were warned, and they didn't take it seriously. Israel suffers extraordinary casualties in the 73 Yom Kippur War, and then once again maintains or expands its borders a little bit. 79, Camp David.
Yom Kippur was a really bad one for Israel. Like even in the early days, they were getting really rammed up in Golan Heights and down south, but it's Syria and Egypt. That was when Moshe Dayan was running around talking about this is going to be the fall of the third temple. And they were talking about using nukes and shit. And then I think they had to eventually, they had to ask America for aid. That was when kind of like Israeli-American relations kind of stepped up a little bit.
David Accords. Finally, there's a breakthrough. Menachem Begin takes over as prime minister of Israel, a very right-wing prime minister. There were 2 major parties in Israel at this time.
Also a terrorist, Menachem Begin. Not only was he firing mortars over at Jaffa in the early days, in 48, but he was leading Irgun, the guys who bombed the King David Hotel. This old thing in 46. I think he was also in 77 was when he really like properly made settlements like a high government priority in the West Bank, when he started expanding the big settlement blocks. Yeah.
Likud and Labor. This is the first Likud prime minister. And one of the things that he does is he comes to a peace accord with Anwar Sadat, who is the nationalist leader of Egypt. And in those peace accords, Israel gives up the entire Sinai Desert. Israel gives up the entire thing to Egypt in return for basically a cold peace. Anwar Sadat is then assassinated. In 1982, the Jordanian monarchy is deeply afraid that the Palestine Liberation Organization is going to overthrow the monarchy. They expel the Palestinians. The Palestinians end up in Lebanon, tens of thousands of Palestinians. Palestinian terrorist groups begin firing rockets over into Israel from South Lebanon. In 1982, Menachem Begin launches a war in Lebanon. Israel ends up basically going all the way up to the capital of Beirut and nearly occupying the entire country. And then they end up withdrawing under international pressure in what is considered sort of a disastrous war for the state of Israel. As always, whenever Israel withdraws from a territory, terrorist groups take over and then threaten Israel. This is the constant pattern. No matter, the only time this has not happened is with regard to withdrawal from the Sinai Desert. 1980.
Yeah, I wonder. Does that mean it's bad? Yeah, is it bad to withdraw then? I wonder how. Oh yeah, I wonder what could have possibly radicalized people by Israel's presence in Lebanon, right? Not least of all, Mr. Sharon allowing a bunch of Christian militiamen into a Palestinian refugee camp and slaughtering 1,000 people. Ooh. They call Sharon the butcher of Beirut for this one. Even his own government found him responsible.
The Intifada breaks out. This is the Palestinians in the Judea and Samaria region. The reason that I use the terms Judea and Samaria is they are more historically accurate. People call it the West Bank. Why? Because Jordan occupied it, and this is the West Bank of the Jordan River.
You know, like, the name of a place is not to do with historical accuracy. It's all arbitrary because all these places have been called different things at different times, you idiot. You call a thing what it's called by the general international community. That's what you call a thing. What? It's called the West Bank because that's what it's called. Anyway.
So the only reason that it's referred to as the West Bank, which is really historically anomalous, right? It's on the east side of Israel, but it's on the west bank of the Jordan. That's a holdover from the time when the Jordanians occupied this entire area. Again, no one cares that Jordan occupied quote-unquote Palestinian land or that Egypt occupied quote-unquote Palestinian land. They only care when Jews...
Yeah, that's true. When people try to say that the Arabs were all about liberating Palestinians, it's like, hey, why did Jordan hold on to West Bank after doing a secret deal with Israel to take it in the first place? Same with Egypt, yeah. But I wonder if it's like, I guess with Ben saying that, is it also leads you down the line of like, yeah, there's a difference here between the Palestinians and between the rest of the Arab world. Because for almost all of this history, the majority of Palestinians are just struggling to get by. That's all it is. Most of them aren't fighting. Yeah.
Occupy historically Jewish land. That's when things start to get really hot and bothered. Okay, so anyway, the Intifada breaks out in 1987. You get these widespread riots and violent confrontations and terrorist attacks all the way from 1987 to 1991. By this time, Yitzhak Rabin has taken over as Prime Minister of Israel, and pushed by George H.W. Bush, the government of the State of Israel starts negotiating with the Palestine Liberation Organization, which is a really weird shift, considering that Yasser Arafat is a master terrorist responsible for tons of murders on his hands.
So again, he's not going to say that Arafat at this point in 88, like since 88, had renounced terrorism and recognized Israel. He did that in front of the UN. That was his policy from then on. But apparently, like, it's okay to have fucking ex-terrorists in the Israeli government or ex-war criminals, but not for Palestinians. Okay, Ben. It's just there's something about just like the entitlement of it all, of like the really hardcore pro-Israel people. It's just such an entitlement. They just feel like they have this internalized, like this immutable right to this piece of land. Like, it's so weird. And then they get to have everything their way as well. Like, fuck.
And he, at this point, has been expelled all the way to Tunis, right? He's not even in the picture. And Israel brings him out of retirement, basically, and says, why don't we negotiate with you? And maybe you can make all of this stop. So in 1993, they signed the Oslo Accords, and that is where you get Bill Clinton presiding over one of the least successful international negotiations in the history of international politics. The Oslo Accords have been a complete and utter failure. That ends with Yitzhak Rabin, who's this historic general who has been Prime Minister of Israel a couple of times by this point, shaking hands with a mass murdering terrorist, Yasser Arafat. And this was going to initiate a new period.
Wait, can you not say this? Should Anwar Sadat have not shook hands with Menachem Begin and negotiated with him? Should he have not? Should he have just said, oh, here's Anwar Sadat shaking hands with a mass murdering terrorist, which Begin was. So why is it okay on your end, Ben? Golly. Double standard. Yeah, it is a double standard. Is he going to talk about how Likud basically, I don't know, how do I word it? I was going to say got this guy killed, but they did do a bit of kind of quasi incitement. A lot of like doing that fucking march with the noose and the fake coffin and people chanting that in blood and fire they were going to expel Rabin for talking to Arafat. That march was led by Netanyahu. Damn.
Of health and accord, and there's going to be peace. All that the PLO had to do was acknowledge that Israel existed and had a right to exist.
They did that, yeah.
Stop educating their children in terrorism and cease the violence. They couldn't do any of those things, right? So none of that happened. Instead, there's an uptick in violence, pretty dramatic uptick
He's just lying. Like, Arafat in 88 recognized Israel. No Israeli has ever recognized the Palestinian state. They've recognized the PLO, but they've never, and the PNA, but they've never recognized a Palestinian state. Again, we're going to get into the part where we don't like Arafat, but yeah, this is from New York Times, 1988. Arafat says PLO accepted Israel. Yeah, this was his whole address to the UN. Anyway. Oh yeah, we're not going to talk about Rabin's assassination because it makes the fucking Likud dipshits that Ben Shapiro supports look really bad.
Violence after the Oslo Accords. In 1998, Israel again attempts to make some sort of concessions to the Palestinians, this time under the first tenure of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israel does not want to govern these areas. Israel is not interested in governing millions of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip.
I mean, why did Netanyahu oppose the Oslo Accords then? Why did he keep expanding settlements into the West Bank when he was told not to? Why did he give a big speech saying that Jerusalem will always be united? We will never give up East Jerusalem. Why? If he doesn't want to go, I guess they do want to govern Jerusalem though, right?
Strip or in Judea and Samaria. The last thing they want to do is have their soldiers wandering around these dangerous areas or to preside over these areas. All they want, and all Israel has ever wanted, is to separate off from these particular areas and say, listen, you guys rule yourselves. Like, just stop bothering us, please.
This is the bit that I hate. Like, if that were the case, then how can you hold these two positions at once? Because Ben Shapiro likes settlements. He thinks they're based. How can you hold the position of expanding settlements, but also we just want you guys to have your state and leave us alone? I don't get it. Or the annexation of East Jerusalem, or the movements past the demilitarized zone in northern Israel, between Israel and Syria. Why, Ben? Why?
Okay, and you will see that this is the continued pattern. 2000, Israel engages in the Camp David negotiations. Bill Clinton is still president at this point, and the prime minister of Israel is now a guy named Ehud Barak. And Ehud Barak is a real dove. Ehud Barak wants to make as many concessions as humanly possible, right? This picture here, which is just an unbelievable picture. Bill Clinton and Ehud Barak trying to push Yasser Arafat into negotiating, right? They're all joking, they're all happy and all this kind of crap. Ehud Barak offered everything. Ehud Barak offered complete control over the Temple Mount with just like a little bit of a recognition that Israel has a historic claim.
It was custodianship. It wasn't complete control. What are you talking about? Okay, that's one wrong.
Religiously to the Temple Mount, Arafat turned it down flat. He offered control over virtually all of Judea and Samaria. He offered control over the Gaza Strip, right?
So he offered 92% of the land. I don't think there were was it a 9-to-1 land swap or like a 1-to-9, so like a not a very good land swap. And I think they were going to kind of disconnect this area, but there was like a bridge going over it, so it wasn't technically going to be like a Bantustan, but I don't know. I need to look more into the Camp David thing. And also they wanted to control the airspace and the fucking the water, so I guess I need to look into this though, because I think I have a feeling that Arafat was maybe more bad faith in these negotiations than I originally believed, but I might look into it. I do know that I still don't know for 100% sure if he launched the second intifada himself, but I do know that he didn't try to stop it. So we might look at that. Because I think Arafat's big contention was refugees, but I don't know exactly what Arafat's offer was for refugees because I've heard different claims. Zizek calls Arafat the man who never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. They weren't given a right of return. Well, I thought it was going to be a right of return to Gaza and the West Bank, but not to Israel, like only 100,000 people to Israel. And I think Arafat said that he wanted to be recognized in principle, but negotiated over time whilst Israeli demographic concerns were kept in mind. I don't know. I don't even know how right of return could ever... The only way I could ever imagine right of return being negotiated now would be that Israel recognizes it, just recognizes it, and then it has to be negotiated just in periods by two states on equal footing. Realistically, it'll be much easier for refugees to go to Gaza and the West Bank, or maybe even to get resettled somewhere else, like in Jordan or Lebanon. But like, I don't think there should ever be a cap on how many can also go to Israel, because if we're 10 or 20 years down the line and there's peaceful relations, I don't know why you wouldn't leave that right of return open for people, even if you've like, rather than having an arbitrary cap and just meeting it, then it's just blocked forever. Because then the cap is just like, again, it's like being entitled to a Jewish state, like even if there's no security concern, right? Anyway. Into other places which are radically anti-Semitic. No, for Palestinians, not Israelis.
Palestinian state, boom, done. Arafat does not even negotiate.
Like functionally, if they don't have control of the airspace and there's like the water issue, doesn't that mean that, this is what I've heard. I've heard that under the Camp David Accords, Palestine would not have been a state. It wouldn't have been like a de facto state. A sovereign state. I don't know. I just need to... I'll look into it more, though. We'll just leave this bit, because again, I know Arafat is also quite snaky around this point. I know even in Madrid, he wouldn't even, he wouldn't renounce a terror attack, and that kind of like held up a lot of the peace conference there. He supported Saddam's war in Kuwait, which really fucked over the Palestinians who lived in Kuwait. Yeah, he had a lot of bad moments. And also the Oslo by 99 had failed to meet its deadline, because Oslo was supposed to be done and wrapped up by 1999, and it hadn't reached that. So his Arafat's approval rating was getting fucked by then. Lonerbox still dodging. Shazam, I'm sorry. I don't know why you think you're so entitled to my intention when there are... How many people are in this chat? I'm sorry. Hang on. Like, I don't know who the fuck you are when there are, what is that, 800 people watching? And you're like, Lonerbox won't answer my question. He must have read it. It must be because he's scared of my incredible high 5,000 IQ point. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, how do you even know that I've been reading all your chats? Unless you have to fucking tag me. I'd be like, oh, Lonerbox is too scared to answer my question. Fuck, Jesus. I'm reacting to Ben Shapiro. I've got some chatters who I can notice from time to time. I've got my own thoughts. And I have you poking at me like a vulture. Fuck off.
He just launches a massive round of violence. I remember this because I was actually in Israel right about the time they launched the Intifada, and there were suicide bombings on a fairly regular basis. They blew up a Sparrow's Pizza shop. I was supposed to be at that corner like a couple of hours later. God. This was a thing that was really scary. It was really violent. Remember, he launched that not after Israel did something aggressive. He launched that after Israel offered him everything he could possibly want if he weren't a damned liar who just wanted Israel wiped off the map. Damn. This, again, is the great lie, is that there is desire for a two-state solution from the Palestinian side. So far, there has been no evidence whatsoever that this is the...
Wait, that's not... Okay, even if you buy the narrative, let's just say Arafat was a total snake who fucking hated Palestinians and shit, like, or who hated Israel and wanted to get a one-state solution, whatever. The majority of Palestinians throughout the 90s supported a two-state solution. And into the 2000s as well. And even throughout the Second Intifada, there were points where a majority of Israelis were supporting a two-state solution, even like 2003 with the Geneva Accords, 2004. So, and Palestinians as well supported at that point. Maybe I can find my notes for that one. Hang on. Where are we? It's a bit of a shame when you think about it, when to consider that in all this time, Palestinians have had 2 elections. And in one of them, they didn't even get what they wanted. What they wanted was what they wanted from that 2006 election when Hamas got elected was that they wanted a national unity government, but they also, like 75% of them wanted Hamas to adopt a 2-state solution. Their main reason for voting for Hamas was to end corruption, not for like the crazy violence and shit. Let me see. Is this the Geneva Accord table? Yeah, here. This is the Geneva Accords with the Clinton, which was based around the Clinton parameters. And for Israelis, it's got 64%, 64, 52, 53, 52. And for Palestinians, at least for 1 year, it had 54% approval. So there has been desire, even in 2004, like 4 years into the Second Intifada, December 2004. So, but by this point, the Intifada had also got Sharon elected, and Sharon wanted nothing to do with this shit. But even here, the thing that's interesting is where their disapproval came from. So end of conflict, 69. Security arrangements, they're fine with that, generally. Jerusalem, a bit more of a sticking point. Refugees, a little bit. Borders and territorial, okay, that's got a reasonable majority. It was demilitarized state that the Palestinians really didn't want, where they were really at odds. But, yeah.
The case. Okay, 2004, Arafat dies, and Mahmoud Abbas takes over. Mahmoud Abbas is himself a terror supporter. He wrote his entire doctoral dissertation.
This is
on Holocaust denial.
He did that, okay, but he wasn't a terrorist supporter. Mahmoud Abbas's approach is like non-violence, like non-violent resistance. That's in a military occupation. That's too far the other way. I don't think Ben Shapiro would. Well, Ben Shapiro would. Ben Shapiro would say that Palestinians all they need to do is throw down their arms and do nothing for like a year or like 5-10 years, and then Israel will finally But that's what he thinks. But yeah, Mahmoud Abbas was a Holocaust denier, and then he went through this big reform period where he like visited Auschwitz and renounced all his Holocaust claims and shit like that. But yeah, I don't think Mahmoud Abbas is like the only violence that Mahmoud Abbas really endorses is like security cooperation with Israel. To use violence against like Palestinian militants and to out them to Israeli intelligence and shit. Ugh.
And why it's correct. Israel, in 2005, under the auspices of Ariel Sharon, who's one of the great hawks in Israeli history, right? He was the general in the 1973 war who ended up pushing all the way down close to Cairo. He was called the bulldozer. He's this famous general. He unilaterally...
The great hawk who also opposed all peace talks. Like, all of them, yeah.
Withdraws from the Gaza Strip. There are a bunch of Jewish areas right in the northern tip of the Gaza Strip. Jewish soldiers went in and removed Jewish settlements in the Gaza Strip. These are places people have lived for decades. Yeah. They removed them, and they just turned them over to the Palestinians. Hamas, a terrorist group, immediately rushed in and burned everything. They burned the greenhouses. They burned all the Jewish houses.
Well, they didn't burn the greenhouses. Some of them were looted by independent actors. The greenhouses were burned by settlers. They were destroyed by settlers who didn't want the Palestinians to have them when they left. That's what happened to the greenhouses. Sorry, Ben.
They knocked down all the good infrastructure, and then they just took over the place. This is when you start to see a difference emerging among the Palestinians in terms of governance. You've got Judea and Samaria, the West Bank here. You've got the Gaza Strip here. In 2005, Abbas wins the Palestinian elections, but only because Hamas and Islamic Jihad boycott the elections. Okay, in 2000.
I wonder, when I was listening to that Destiny Katie conversation earlier today, he was saying that the intention of the Gaza pullout was to fragment Palestinians. I've only seen that quote about the formaldehyde thing, but I don't know how reliable that, like, I don't like relying on singular quotes. But all the same, whether it was intentional or not, that was the consequence. The consequence of pulling out of Gaza was that you gave a massive propaganda W to Hamas, because they just got to say, well, the Israelis left because we're violent. All right. So that's they left because of us. They claimed victory for it, which is why I think like, yeah, the majority of Palestinians owed the Gaza pullout to Hamas. They said like the PA, Fatah, and fucking Abbas had nothing to do with it, basically. So that's pretty bad. And yeah, so they kind of handed that over to Hamas in a way, because it wasn't negotiated. If it's not negotiated, then Palestinians like they can just decide for themselves what caused it.
2006, after Israel withdraws from Gaza, remember, Israel's not in control of anything here now. Hamas wins.
I remember this. I used this for my video. I remember grabbing this clip for my video. Israel's not in control of anything here now, apart from the border, and the population registry, and the maritime border, and the airspace, and also Egypt's in control of this part and the sea as well. Eek. Again, you can say why. You can say it's because of security and Hamas terror and shit like that. But you can also still say that Israel still controls quite a bit of Gaza. They control all the goods that go in and out as well.
Wins an election. So the first move is not, oh, look, Israel wants to make concessions and make peace with us. The first move is, why don't we elect a terrorist group to actually represent us? Okay, in 2008, Israel's response to this is, what if we just offer you everything? So Ehud Olmert becomes prime minister.
Well, yeah, again. Of course they wouldn't say Israel wants to make peace because they didn't. The unilateral disengagement had nothing to do with peace. Sharon never said it was about peace. He said that there was no peace. He said there was no negotiations. He said there could never be negotiations with a Palestinian partner. That's what he said when he pulled out of Gaza. Of course they weren't going to be like, oh, wow, actually, you know what? It's a really good idea to start negotiating now because fuck off. Eek.
Of Israel, and he proceeds to offer everything to Abbas. He gives him basically the same offer, but better than the offer that Barak gave in 2000. He offers everything. He offers Judea and Samaria. He says, we're going to keep some of the big Israeli settlements that exist here, but we're going to give you land swaps. You can keep the Gaza Strip, everything. Abbas does not even bother to issue a counteroffer. He just walks away from the table and launches.
Because he can't take the map with him.
Box. You smarmy.
So he can't analyze the land swap, so he draws a napkin accords. Woo, we've done this already a million times. Okay. By this point, the peace process was just treated with total fucking impunity because it couldn't work. How could you negotiate a peace process with Abbas over West Bank and Gaza when Abbas doesn't even control Gaza? When he's not even allowed to go there because Hamas have thrown Fatah members off of fucking buildings. So there was no sincere peace offer in 2008. Sorry.
Launches violence. Gaza war begins 2008. Missiles flying in from Gaza. This is the first Gaza war. Israel has to go in Operation Cast Lead and shut that down. 2014. This breaks out again. Another giant rocket attack from Hamas in Gaza. Israel has to go back in 2014 and shut it down. And that brings us to today, 2021, another Gaza war in which Hamas has decided to launch rockets at the state of Israel. The real reason for that has nothing to do with land disputes in Jerusalem. The real reason has to do with the fact that Mahmoud Abbas was about to hold an election in April. He canceled it because he knew he was going to lose to Hamas. As always, the best way to garner support when it appears that you're about to go down is to start blaming the Jews and start trying to kill them. You can start an arms race between yourself and Hamas on how many Jews they can kill. So that brings us to where we are right now in 2021.
You want me to release my notes, Sia? Yeah, I know, okay? Yeah. At the end, I'll put my Obsidian thing all up, okay? And it'll be the most disorganized horse shit you've ever seen. But, you know, I put references in all my videos. I make it quite easy to find stuff for my claims. I don't know. Like, I can try. Maybe if the editor is a Sigma male or female. I don't know who my editor actually is by gender. But if this editor person throws up sources for things that need sourced in the stream, that would be crazy, chat. Whoa. That'd be a keeper.
Decades ago, private citizens used to be largely that. Private. What changed? The internet. Think about everything.
Oh my God.
VPN.com today.
So Hamas is imagine getting ExpressVPN and not Atlas VPN. Cuck.
Actual terrorist group Fatah, which is the military wing of the Palestinian Authority, is a terrorist group as well, and Islamic Jihad. So you have three terrorist groups running this area.
I mean, at this point, Fatah has not. Am I wrong? In post 2006, or the 2010s, 2020s, are Fatah still like a terror group? I don't. Maybe some members are doing shit, but I thought their party line was like non-violence at that point from Abbas. I could be wrong. I don't know.
area right here. And again, Israel has no interest in running those areas. It's the last thing that Israel really wants. It's the reason why Israel has not gone and reinvaded these areas or thrown Hamas out. They don't want
Wait, why? Why are they expanding settlements then if they want nothing to do with these areas? Why are they expanding settlements to the point... Why are they expanding settlements to the point that it's like impossible to build, like almost impossible to build a state here now? Because so many people would have to come out, would have to move back out. Huh. Damn.
Their soldiers in these particular areas. What Israel has done, because they don't wish to be involved in these full-scale wars, is they've developed the Iron Dome system. So the Iron Dome system is really an incredible piece of technology. Okay, so Hamas has been firing rockets at the center of Israel.
Bro, I need
Israel
these.
is a very, very tiny state. If you were to fire a rocket from the Gaza Strip to Jerusalem, you have about 90 seconds warning before the rocket hits. Tel Aviv, which is up here, if you hit Tel Aviv, that's again a 90-second warning. If you're in Ashdod or Ashkelon, which are down here, you're getting like 15, 30 seconds warning before the rockets hit. So Israel develops this incredible technology called Iron Dome. This is what an Iron Dome battery looks like. You can see that they load up the battery with a bunch of essentially anti-missile missiles. That's what they are. There is an enemy rocket that is fired. Israel has these very precise radar systems that track the rocket launches. Then there's a control system that estimates the impact point where it's going to hit. And then they fire a launcher to intercept the missile. And it doesn't bother defending against rockets. They're going to land in the middle of nowhere. They have these batteries that are set up in all of Israel's major cities. Iron Dome is basically a technological miracle. They're hitting a bullet with a bullet. And they're doing so with no time to basically figure out how to do it. It's right now succeeding at about 90% rate, which means, by the way, that Israel gets to be nicer to Hamas than it otherwise would be. Because if all these rockets were actually hitting all the populated areas of Israel, Israel would just eviscerate Hamas. Like any other state, it would have no choice but to go in on the ground and just finish the job, which is why...
It's interesting that he said that, because this is before October 7th. Yeah, the Iron Dome is it's insanely expensive as well, yeah. J-Dam, the Whistling Willie. Yeah, I love it. He's such a little hawk boy. He's such a little like a little gun-ho bubba. That he's like talking about more about the Iron Dome than he was talking about the Nakba, or more about the Iron Dome than talking about... He missed out the Suez Canal crisis completely, I noticed, because that makes Israel look really bad with the massacres that they committed in fucking Rafah and Khan Yunis. Wow.
Why, if Hezbollah in the north, right, on the northern Lebanese border, decides that it wants to...
That's not a good look. Hezbollah with their salutes, oh no. Their marching is really funny. Where's the Hezbollah marching? In like the green suits. I don't know where you can get the green suits ones, because you don't really see those ones very often, but they do have funny marches. There they are. Look at them go. Look at them bouncing away. Damn. Okay, don't get radicalized.
Launch a war against Israel. They have way more ordnance than Hamas does, and so Israel would be forced to go in full scale and just do what it would have to do. Right? Israel is being incredibly pinpointed about the way that it deals with this conflict. It's dropping knock bombs on top of buildings. They're bombs that basically shake the building and say, get out. And then they bomb the building after everybody gets out. They're calling building managers and telling them to leave. We have tape of...
Just so we know, they have been criticized in the past for this, for knock bombs basically being quite ineffective. That's why they don't use them that much anymore. Because a warning actually has to be seen functionally as a warning. Whereas roof knocking... Yeah, this is from the 2008 war. The mission is doubtful. This is from the ICRC, like a casebook. The mission is doubtful whether roof knocking should be understood as a warning as such. In the context of a large-scale military operation, including aerial attacks, civilians cannot be expected to know whether a small explosion is a warning of an impending attack or part of an actual attack. In relation to the incident at the Sawafiri house recounted above, the mission cannot say for certain if this missile was meant to warn or kill. It notes that if this was meant as a warning shot, it is to be deemed reckless in the extreme. The legal requirement is for an effective warning to be given. This means that it should not require civilians to guess the meaning of the warning. The technique of using small explosives to frighten civilians into evacuation, even if the intent is to warn, may cause terror and confuse the affected civilians. It's just like, it's almost like for PR, right? It's just to tell the international community, hey, we roof knock. It's fine.
Them telling building managers, clear the building, and the building managers being like, well, we don't want to. And the Israelis saying, well, yeah, but there are kids inside. And the building manager being like, okay, well, if you kill kids, then it's a good propaganda win for us. It's unbelievable. And yet somehow the world sees some sort of moral equivalence there. Now, there are some international political implications that have changed in the recent...
If you hear an explosion in the proximity, shouldn't you evacuate anyway? Yeah, but to where? Because like, the problem with Gaza is like you don't really know exactly where's safe. Yeah.
Past with regard to Israel. I've dealt with just specifically here the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. But one of the things that has happened that is really quite massive is that if you go back here, Israel currently has a cold peace with Egypt. Israel has kind of a cold peace with Jordan. And because the Obama administration really has strengthened Iran, the three no's of Khartoum, which you'll remember were no peace, no recognition, no negotiation.
What about the phone messages? Are they fake news? Yeah, they are. I've heard that. So phone messages and leaflets have been criticized if their warnings are not clear enough. But if they are, then yeah, that would give the call, I'd imagine. But I don't know. I don't know how effective they are because they might just like. I've heard that the leaflets in 2008 were just not clear. That people didn't know where to go or how long they had or anything like that. Yeah.
Completely disappeared for a wide variety of Arab states, which have decided, guess what? The Jews aren't our enemy. Iran is our enemy. And so this is how you ended up with the Abraham Accords, where the UAE and Bahrain and Morocco, all of which have been supportive of these various wars of extinction against the Jewish state, have now decided that they're going to form a quite warm peace with Israel and recognize Israel's existence. That fundamentally changed the math on the ground. Meanwhile, the Biden administration is trying to walk that back by attempting to provide support to the radicalized Palestinian government of Fatah or of the Hamas or of Islamic Jihad. Alrighty, so let's talk about what exactly happened in the last couple of months.
What's the point in the warning? Can't the target of the bomb notice the warning and leave before the bomb hits? It's not about targeting individuals like Hamas people. It's about targeting infrastructure generally. So if the Hamas have like a rocket launch pad or a stockpile or like a communication system, like any kind of military infrastructure in a building, they can't move all that out in any quick time. That's what it's, yeah. It's mostly for that kind of thing. Yeah, I know. You sometimes get this like caricatured image of they're warning the civilians and then Hamas is just standing next to them and they're like, oh, I'll just go too. Yeah, no, it's not like that.
Resulted in this round of new violence. Why don't we begin with the Abraham Accords? The Abraham Accords were this monumental shift in how people thought about the Middle East. So for decades,
I don't know anything about these. I'm sorry. I'll just let him propagandize and you guys can say it's fake or it might not be. Who knows?
Conventional wisdom is there will not be peace between Israel and all these surrounding Arab states. It's the reason they call it the Israeli-Arab conflict as opposed to Israel versus the Palestinians, because it was supposed to implicate all of these various countries because of the three no's of Khartoum. Right? The idea was that until Israel made some sort of deal with the Palestinians, there would never be peace in the region, ever. No one could ever recognize the presence of Israel until Israel made concessions to the Palestinians. And so under that impression, Israel kept being like, okay, we'll make this concession and this concession and this concession. And the Palestinians kept being like, well, okay, we'll take those concessions. And also, we're not going to do any of the things that you want us to do. So this was completely exploded by the Trump administration and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and mostly, ironically, by Barack Obama. So during the Obama administration, there was a real shift in how the United States treated Iran. So Iran has been threatening Israeli extinction since the Iranian Revolution of '79. They've constantly been shouting death to the Jews, death to America.
I don't want to go over this because I don't know shit about the Iran deal.
This would be a real politique situation in which Iran, to get those, there would be this sort of balance of power between the Sunni and the Shia in the Middle East, and this would solve all problems. This was Barack Mullahs. So the Iranians continue in secret to foster their nuclear development. The Iranians take all the money that the United States is now allowing Iran. On the tip of Saudi Arabia is Yemen. And so back terrorists had basically under Barack moved towards.
This is all anti-Obama shit.
The Jews just want to live there. And what would be these sort of proxy states, including the UAE and Bahrain. And our enemy is the Iranians. To the point where even during the Obama administration,
Obama?
A regime that had been Muslim Brotherhood with Israel on them that they liked. Okay, so we can see these burgeoning ties between Israel and these Arab countries. The Palestinian issue is a completely different issue. It's completely
What's Moshe
separate.
Dayan doing
so
here?
Instead, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make very clear.
Let's go.
Since 2006, Mahmoud Abbas was last elected in 2005.
Yeah.
He is now in the 16th year of a 4-year term.
Yeah.
So when people talk about Israel as undemocratic and apartheid, 20% of Israel is Arab. There are Arabs who sit on the Supreme Court. There's a major Arab party called Ra'am, which is part of the Israeli Knesset. It's just a lie.
But they also manage a military occupation. I'm sorry, fuck off.
Israel is an apartheid state. The true apartheid state is the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. 0 Jews live there, and they've not held an election in any of these areas for nearly 2 decades. So Abbas, in an attempt to appease the Biden administration.
Wait, why does he think West Bank is apartheid? Does he think the PA were the ones who put up the separation wall? Or the checkpoints, or the different road systems, or the different work permit systems? Is that did the PA responsible for that? Bro, if you just said that, you just basically described why people call it an apartheid state because of the treatment of the West Bank. Was he just willing to describe that system as apartheid because he thinks the PA is in charge of it? Most of the West Bank is still under Israeli control. That system that you would describe as apartheid is managed and implemented by Israel. Bro, Ben just accused Israel of apartheid. Accidentally.
And the incoming Democratic power base in the United States and the international community. He wants to show that he's legit. We're going to hold an election, says Mahmoud Abbas, who's I believe 80 years old. It turns out nobody likes Mahmoud Abbas.
Yep.
So Hamas looked like it was about to take over not just the Gaza Strip, but also the West Bank, Judea and Samaria. And so, like a couple of weeks before the election, Abbas is like, you know what? Bad idea, no elections. And knowing that this is going to set off a conflagration, Abbas starts pushing violence against Israel. The Fatah, who control all television in the West Bank, they start putting out videos about how it's good if you can kill a Jew. They start really ramping up a lot of the anti-Israel rhetoric. There are a bunch of incidents in which TikTok videos are taken of Palestinian youths in Jerusalem beating up Jews, and these are being celebrated. So there are a couple of pretexts that are used in order to redirect from I'm canceling the election to...
I don't think it's ever Abbas that signs off on these messages, isn't it? But it's like Fatah are kind of a little bit fragmented. So, yeah. I mean, there's that PA letter, that letter that Fatah put out during this war as well. That really fucking hateful screed that they put out. Eek.
It's all the Israelis' fault.
What Abbas does now is he says anti-Semitic shit. He does anti-Semitic rambling is what he does. That's his rhetorical contribution to the movement.
So in the it's all the Israelis' fault category, there are particularly 2 issues that they've been pushing. One is that the Palestinians were barred from entry via the Damascus Gate, which is a gate into Jerusalem, entry to the Temple Mount. Now, there were some roadblocks placed there because Israel was afraid that people were going to congregate and riot, which they promptly did as soon as Israel removed the roadblocks. So Israel removed the roadblocks, people congregated, they rioted, they did violence. Okay, this was used as a pretext to say that Israel was restricting access to the Temple Mount. I've been to the Temple Mount. Muslims have full and free reign over the Temple Mount. The Islamic Waqf controls the Temple Mount. They have since 1967. Israel won back all of the old city of Jerusalem, including the Temple Mount, and Moshe Dayan, who was the general of the Israeli army at the time, he handed over the keys to the Temple Mount to the Islamic Waqf. And so Jews are not allowed to pray openly on the Temple Mount right now, which is insane. The Muslims complained that, on the one hand, worship wasn't being allowed there. Not true. 100% not true.
It's funny that that's insane, but the fact that Israel annexes East Jerusalem is not insane. Yeah.
We're in the middle of this.
It's almost as if, because his entire core principle here is that Jews have an innate, an immutable right to that land, regardless of who lives there now, and regardless of who has to get fucked off for that to happen.
Chaos, by the way. 100,000 Muslims went up there during Ramadan, at the end of Ramadan, to pray on the Temple Mount. Doesn't sound like very good restriction of religious rights there. Okay, so a bunch of Fatah and Hamas members take over Al-Aqsa Mosque. They bring in rocks from the surrounding area. They bring in projectiles. They start throwing them at police. They put Hamas flags on the top of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. It's a terrorist group, a genocidal terrorist group. They start attacking the Israeli police. When the Israeli police go and shut it down, then they say, oh, Israel is being aggressive in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. That's why we need to start firing missiles. Okay, that is reason number 1. It's a pretext and it's a lie. Reason number two is this long-standing legal dispute over an area of Jerusalem known as Sheikh Jarrah. Sheikh Jarrah is sort of an outskirt of Jerusalem. It's a little suburb. It's known by Jews as Shimon HaTzadik. It's known by Arabs as Sheikh Jarrah. Okay, so in the 1870s, there were a bunch of Jews who arrived in this area of Jerusalem, and they bought up a bunch of plots of land in Shimon HaTzadik. Shimon HaTzadik, he's a Talmudic era sage, and so his grave is supposed to be there. So Jews bought a lot of the territory that are right around. They have all the legal land bills and all of that. Heavy Jewish population in Sheikh Jarrah up until the 1948 war. The 1948 war happens, and as mentioned, Jordan takes over this entire arena.
With, after cooperating with Israel, yeah.
Including the old city of Jerusalem. And they proceed to put barbed wire there, and Jews aren't allowed in, no freedom of worship, the whole deal. During that time...
Is he going to say it's okay to reclaim land that you lost with a land title from the 1800s? Is that really the line Ben's going to go down? I haven't heard this part of the video before. I've recognized other parts, but this bit is new. Would he really say that? Would he really say that if you have an old document, even if it goes back to the 1800s, that you can just kick off whoever lives there now? Like these guys? I think a lot of these land documents are from the fucking, from the Ottoman Empire. Ben? Does that mean the keys are valid as well? He's using the same argument as yeah. Damn, Ben.
Jordanian government hands over to some people in Sheikh Jarrah legal title to those homes. So say, we took this over, here's a title, you own the home now. Some people, they didn't give legal title. For whatever reason, it got caught up in the bureaucracy, or these people they didn't particularly like. For whatever reason, they don't have the legal title to those homes. Israel in the 67 war wins back Sheikh Jarrah, Shimon HaTzadik, and all the people who had the legal title, they're like, okay, well, I guess you live there now. All the people who didn't have legal title, the people who were the previous landowners came with the legal title, and they said, okay, this is our land, we want our house back. And the Israeli courts came up with a solution. Okay. Their solution was, you can continue to live in the house, but you have to pay rent to the people who own the legal title, which frankly is not a bad solution. For 50 years...
Ben! How many villages in historic Palestine were built directly over? It's quite a few, the red ones. Does that mean that if a Palestinian who can produce a document from fucking Khalid, that they should pay rent to the refugee? Because again, a lot of these Palestinians, thanks to the UN and also just because they hold on to them, a lot of people have held on to these documents for a very long time. We have lots of records of these things. Ben, he's just but again, of course, because his consistency isn't actually anything, there's no logic behind any of this, other than Jews have the right to the land and like Muslims and Arab Palestinians don't. That's it. Damn, that's a lot of rent that's owed to these people, because they can just turn up with their little Ottoman Empire documents. Apparently that's fine. You can stay, just pay us rent. Ben. Man, Sheikh Jarrah is really Sheikh Jarrah literally just destroys any maximalist argument. It completely fucks with the absolutist right of return people from the pro-Palestinian side, like all the commies and shit, because they think those Ottoman land documents and those keys are just like gospel. But then if you apply that, then it would mean that Jews taking back property from East Jerusalem is actually fine. And even they could probably do it in Hebron as well, or in Gaza, because of the evictions after the British Mandate. But that fucks with them, because it's like, they don't like that logic being applied to the other side. And the same thing with Ben Shapiro, saying it's like Sheikh Jarrah is okay, so if people from 1948 and their descendants can come back with land documents, then they're fair game to demand rent. Bro. It's actually a pretty fair solution when you think about it.
Palestinians who are living there don't pay rent for 50 years. So the heirs and assigns of these particular land titles decide, you know what? We actually would like to knock down these 4 houses, and we want to build an apartment complex there. This is what this whole thing is about, supposedly, which it isn't. It's just a normal real estate dispute over eviction and terms of rent and all of this. And an Israeli court finds, okay, well, they haven't paid rent, so they're going to be evicted.
Normal. It's normal, is it? I would love to ask him why he thinks this doesn't apply the other way. I would love to ask him that. Oh my God. Ben!
This is held up, right? The Israeli government says we're not going to implement this right now. We want this to go all the way to the Supreme Court. It'll be adjudicated there. This is used as a pretext by the Palestinians to riot. It is used as a pretext by Hamas to fire rockets into the area. And the suggestion is this is Israel being aggressive and engaging in ethnic cleansing, which is weird because there are plenty of Arab families living in Sheikh Jarrah who are not being evicted because either A, they paid their rent, or B, they actually had the legal land titles to the homes in which they were living. East Jerusalem is still extremely heavily Arab. For a country that's being accused of ethnic cleansing, Israel is markedly incompetent at ethnic cleansing, considering that the population of Palestinians in the West Bank, Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem has vastly and exponentially increased over the course of the last 50-odd years. Those are the pretexts for the conflict. The actual reason for the conflict is Abbas canceled the elections, he ramped up the violence, and Hamas, in competition, said, okay, well, if Fatah's going to ramp up the violence, we can't be left out, man. A party's a party. And so they start firing rockets into Israel at civilian centers. Now, Hamas does, because they're a terrorist group, is they put all of their rockets in civilian areas to try and stop Israel from attacking them, because they know that Israel actually cares about civilians, whereas they do not. A lot of the foreign aid that was being granted and given to Hamas was not being used for actual aid. It was not being used for electricity or water. Israel's been providing electricity and water to the Gaza Strip for free for years. Hamas didn't use any of this money to actually build up infrastructure or help people. They used it to build these giant terror tunnels and stock up on rockets. These rockets, by the way, being provided by the same Iranian government that the American government is currently attempting to negotiate with under Joe Biden, which makes no sense at all. It's also the reason why, by the way, why 200 Democrats just voted last week that they would not place sanctions on any company that was doing business with Hamas or donating money to Hamas. There's a bill in 2019, identical bill, said cut off funding to any company that does business with Hamas. It passed unanimously in the House. Now that Joe Biden is president and trying to negotiate with Iran, 200 Democrats voted it down and never saw the light of day.
He's saying the PA pays for the electricity and water to Gaza. Hang on. Oh, yeah. The Hamas government in Gaza has been reliant on the PA to help provide electricity in Gaza, with import duties on Gaza's fuel purchased via Israel being collected by Israel. The PA pays the bills to Israel and Egypt for the electricity that supplies it. Okay. Another little lie there, Benny boy. Damn. Ben lying.
In the House of Representatives. That is where things currently stand. Israel is attempting to do what it can to wipe out Hamas's capacity to fire rockets indiscriminately at its civilian population without having to actually do a ground invasion of the Gaza Strip, because frankly, there are no good solutions there. If Israel goes in and wipes out Hamas, then maybe Islamic Jihad takes over, maybe Fatah takes over, maybe the next level of Hamas takes over. The only thing that...
Has Ben Shapiro signed off on the... Has Ben Shapiro rejected the ground invasion? I thought he supported it. He's saying it wouldn't be a good idea. 2 years ago. Is he opposing the ground invasion here? Because I guess that what he just said there, like he had a reason for it. It was like a rational reason to oppose the ground invasion. I guess this is because October 7th has turned him into a post 9/11 Ben, and now he's not being rational anymore. I wonder. Damn, that's interesting. It's very illuminating. Unless he opposes the ground invasion, but I think that's very unlikely. His Twitter is just a bunch of soy. I can't really, yeah. I don't know. I'd be very surprised if he's opposing this ground invasion. I don't think I've ever heard ceasefire from Ben Shapiro. So, oh well, okay.
That has actually guaranteed peace in the region at all for any prolonged period of time was, in fact, Israeli troops on the ground staffing these areas, but Israel doesn't want to be there. And so the two alternatives historically have been Israel has to subject itself every few years to a barrage of rocket attacks, go in, knock out some infrastructure. You get a couple of years of peace. Same thing happens in a couple of years. Or you have to have a long-term, quote-unquote, occupation in which Israel basically attempts to pacify by keeping a certain baseline level of troops in a particular area. So, as you see, it took a very long time just for me to go through the basic history of this conflict, and that's the very basic history of this conflict. There's a lot more there. There are a lot of resources out there, but suffice it to say, the media members who try to boil this down to just a border dispute or try to suggest that this is just a matter of Benjamin Netanyahu, it's coming from ignorance and it's coming from stupidity. Yeah. Do your reading before you bother to comment on the situation. One of the things that you will have noted in the news is that every time there's an uptick.
That's good advice. I guess it depends what you read. Read the Bible to find out where the Jews came coming in from Egypt up to Israel.
In the violence in this particular region that involves Israel, there's widespread anti-Semitic attacks that happen all over the world. You're seeing it happen right now every place from LA to New York to Europe. And there's this argument that's constantly made by people, particularly on the left. Well, if Israel didn't exist, wouldn't there be less anti-Semitism? Well, first of all, as we've talked about, you'd have to ignore every bit of history from 136 CE all the way to 1948 to get to that point. There's something quite ironic about somebody beating a Jew in the street over Israel, saying, if Israel didn't exist, I would stop beating this Jew. The reality is that not every criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic, of course, just like not every criticism of the United States is anti-American. But every anti-Semite is anti-Israel. Every single one. And there's a heavy crossover between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism for sure.
I don't even know if that explains the Christians, right? Like Glenn Beck was massively pro-Israel, but he was kicked off Fox News for anti-Semitism. But okay, almost forgot about just one of the biggest, baddest voting blocks in the United States. But okay, oh well, what a good video! Wow, excellent. He lies a lot more than he needs to, I think. If you want to be a propagandist, I've said this before, you can collect a pretty strong collection of facts for one side and just tell those and be factually correct for all of it. Like, even for the 48 partition, you can just say, like, you can just say the 47 partition, you can just say the Jews accepted it, the Arabs said no. That's it. You don't need to just don't explain why the Arabs would have had a right to say no. For the 48 war, you can just say, people say they were ethnically cleansed. People say that it was the Israelis' fault that they left. Actually, it was the war's fault. Like, yeah, okay, woo. Yeah, I guess it was, because the war, because even Ben-Gurion and all that said that they wouldn't do, that a war would be like the right venue to do a displacement. So yeah, just blame the war. You could do that. You can be technically true and still propagandize to fuck, but I guess the whole point of propaganda is being lazy and like efficient, pumping out the content quickly. But yeah, like oh god, the Sheikh Jarrah question. I would love to ask that question. Oh god. That's okay. We just need to build. We'll get to him eventually. Ben. Okay. Good segment, guys. Well done. Propaganda works better in falsehoods, so there's a lot of it. I wonder why that is. I wonder why propagandists need to lie always, even though the way I imagine it in my head, propaganda doesn't necessarily need to be false at all. But I don't know. That must have been painful. I guess so. You get used to it, All right, nice one. The Israeli tour guide is more reasonable. Yeah, I'll probably read him I'll watch his thing in a few days. Thanks for teaching me how to do anti-Palestine propaganda. Shut up. Shut up. I've also taught people how to do pro-Palestine propaganda as well. Like, what is it? In 1967, the Israelis attacked Egypt. You could say that. It's true. They did. They attacked first. In 1948, the Arab nations started a war and Israel fought back and defended themselves. You could say that too. No, that's the pro-Israel one. Sorry, fuck. Anyway. Did you watch Destiny debate the PhD guy? Nope. Oh, wow. Bro does not read those books back there. I think I've read a bit more than half of them. Start to finish. But some of them were boring. I was like, I thought this was a good idea at the time. Then I'm just like, nah, fuck. Fuck it. Show us your Das Kapital. Thanks for the tier 1 sub for 6 months now, Z. Really appreciate that. Where did I put that one? I don't know where I put it. I moved it somewhere. Whatever. All right, let's go with the... Let's do some donos, eh? Now's your chance. Chat. Where's my goddamn fake leftist? I know. Grassroots hegemon. What do you do now that Palestinians are pretty radical and extremely anti-Semitic? I'm honestly asking. I don't have a serviceable answer. I guess you just have to show them that there's another way. Palestinians don't have much of a reason to believe that negotiation and peaceful transition of like they don't have a good reason to believe that that works. Most of them have never lived in a world where that's shown any promise. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. Whereas they know that when Hamas fires rockets and the West Bank and Gaza gets struck back by Israel, they're all over the news and all the protests are out and the Middle East is all up in arms. Like, so they know that works. They know that gives them something. It's not much, but they know it gives them something. All they would need to be shown is like is how negotiation and reconciliation can achieve better than that. Jordan with the $2 going to Free Fries Friday. I don't know what that is, but thanks very much. Isaac Hempseed with a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. And Z. Okay, cool. Nice. Oh. Probs, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Wow, tier 2. Huge. Enormous. Oh. Hang on. Let's see what's going on in the streamer world, shall we? See what they're talking about. Do you still tilt the frames with requests? Yeah. It's a steep cost though, isn't it? It was a steep, it's a hefty price. For a few degrees of tilt. All right, hang on. What is Eurodite
Somebody
speaking
that
about?
was like, loved Destiny at the time and hates him now. He was
That's
before your time.
the crazy screamy one with the big biceps, right?
Yeah,
that's me.
Yeah, I know who he is. Do you mind? Can I be rude?
Okay.
Can I just run to the washroom super quickly?
Yeah, no, do your thing. Actually, I got to run upstairs, so go ahead because I got an order. So yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna put on music then.
Yeah, I'm gonna put on Be Right Back screen.
We like that Tom guy, that Tom Fuller guy. He's such a normie dude. He's a like normie wisdom. I'm sorry, that's mean. I don't want to relive that drama. Tom is fair. Tree of Logic hates him. Really? Oh well, she likes me. I get on with Tree of Logic. New loner box video dropped. Oh. Quibbles did a video about you. About me? What do you say about me? Let's have a look. Can we get a physique update? It's doing bad. I need to get back on it. I need to rebuild is what I need to do. He must have gotten mad about the colonizer mindset. Oh, this guy, he's not a bad guy, okay? He just gets very triggered. Destiny, Loner Box, and the West Bank. Oh no. This is mean, isn't it? I don't dislike him.
On Tuesday, I got into a debate with Destiny and Loner Box and Sock Done Left and Food Shops and Avi all at the same time.
He's been, oh yeah.
Presumably a lot of you have already seen that debate already, but if you haven't, it was on Jewish settlements in the West Bank. In that conversation, I said that I would ultimately, however reluctantly, be in support of a path to peace which required the ethnic cleansing of Jews from all the inland settlements in places like Hebron in order to permit Fatah, or whatever came after it.
See, the problem, okay, this was the entire problem, was people were asking about settlements, about why, we were talking about how expansion of settlements is bad, and it was like, why is that bad? Why? 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 I'll show you. Because it was stolen. I should actually just download this and put it on my channel.
Are we really debating this? People, good buying ritual. So
Wait, Quibbles, that's for you.
Is it here?
No. Quibbles, I have a question for you.
before.
So how would you say that the Israeli people legally buy? Yeah, legally.
When you
like
say
you say
law,
they
then
leave
what-
West Bank people.
Legally?
Was it
Yeah,
here?
legally.
Or was it
Like
before
you say
this?
they legally, peacefully. You say because you talked about before about legally like buying property. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, peaceful and
Peacefully,
legal
peacefully,
are different
without.
terms.
Sure,
Okay,
peaceful, like
peacefully,
whatever you were
they
talking
just-
about before. I
Here's
wanna
some
know.
money, right? You have this land. I have some money.
Alright.
Flipopity. That's how it works peacefully.
Okay.
That's different than whether it's legal, right? On an international level, it's not legal. On an Israeli level, it is legal. But that's a different question than whether or not it is violent.
Okay, and according to you, how did they get that property in the first place? The land in the first place?
They bought it.
They bought it. How did they buy it?
I mean, how did they buy
This
it?
food shop's
How
person
did they
is
buy
funny.
it? How did they purchase it in the first place?
I think
How did they get that
Explain
purchased land in the
capitalism
first
to you. I don't understand what you're asking.
No,
It
no. How
involves-
did they get that
involves
land in the
money.
first place? What the fuck?
Bought it.
From what? The Palestinians?
Purchase within.
wait, can I ask a question? Are we really debating this?
There's before Destiny jumped in, he was just like, why? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Like, what's wrong with buying some land in occupied territory? Yeah, fuck. I guess he just thinks it's like, it's a consensual transaction, even though it's happening in an occupied territory. Flip boopity flipopity. He's a funny guy. I don't have that much of an issue with him. He's a funny guy. Okay. Get Lorna Box, get him an editor. Yeah, I got. We're gonna have an edited segment out tomorrow, hopefully. The first one. We'll see how it goes. First bifter. Hang on.
In my community.
Hang on. Someone should have brought up the coconut analogy. Actually, yeah, it would have worked, wouldn't it?
Loner Box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Why can't I type in this chat? Oh wait. You're not going to keep watching the video? No. I don't want to. I don't need it in my life. He's a small creator just trying to get into the swing of things. It's not really fair of me if I start going in gun-ho and sending you barbarians on him. What? Okay, let me see. Loader's been banned. Where have I been banned? Where? Where I got banned? Never happened. I'm well behaved. Fuck off. Metro with €2.49. Thank you very much. Next time Kurantos talks too much, say Waria Amus. I don't know. I don't think I will. I've already learned Sotala to call him that. One thing at a time, okay? What happened to the Christian population of Lebanon? Did it used to be majority Christian? I don't know that much about Lebanon's demographic history, so I couldn't tell you. I know it's like 40% Christian now, or a bit under. Couldn't tell you, but couldn't tell you. Okay. What else is going on? What else is going on in the space? I was supposed to do some research today. I didn't do any. Well, actually, I did off stream, and I prefer doing off stream. Actually, fuck you. Okay. Under the French, it was 60. Now it's more like 40. I don't know why that is. I don't know what happened there. Ugh. This is going on. Israel-Hamas war. Hamas opened up the gates of hell. Yusuf tells Piers Morgan. Okay, I might look at that one day. The French put the fear of the Lord into Lebanon. Yeah, who knows? Call someone and get into a heated debate. I don't know. For some reason, the only people who want to talk to me are fairly reasonable, like normal people. I don't want that. I want crazy people to come in and to be weird. But, oh well. Maybe when we're big enough. Maybe I think it's when you reach a level where attention seekers want to talk to you. That'll be good. When you start attracting attention seekers. Not crazy Israelis, though, don't want to radicalize you. Yeah, well. Get that guy from the Not So Erudite post on. What, the guy that said I was a retarded idiot who didn't understand religion. Yeah. Okay, well, fuck it. You banned Torontos, did I? I didn't do that. Someone else did that, if that happened. Anyway, you guys are raiding out. You're going to Erudite, okay? Get ready. Get prepped. Don't fuck around. Okay? On your mark. Bye.